Hello everyone, and welcome back to Old Man's Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I grew up in a house that never learned how to be quiet. It was an old cabin cut into a hillside, old enough that every hinge had its own voice and the floorboards still remembered other people's feet. The strangest part was a narrow wooden bridge that ran from the front porch to a glass door on the side of the house. No curtain, no blinds, just a rectangular sheet of glass looking straight into a room that never felt like it belonged to us. At night, that rectangle turned into a black shape that felt like it had weight. If you looked too long, it felt like it looked back. The day I can't get past is the day we moved in. We'd been in and out before, but that day was the first night everything inside those walls decided I needed to know what I had moved into. Morning felt normal enough, in the way moving days do. The hillside smelled damp, like wet leaves and old iron nails. You could feel a little wobble in the porch where the wood had swollen and shrank 100 seasons. The bridge to the glass door had a handrail just high enough to make you think you'd be safe if you tripped, but thin enough that you didn't believe it. From the bridge, if you looked down, the slope dropped to a rectangle of dirt and ferns, and if you looked up, you saw that blank door waiting like a television turned off. Kayla was sniffing everything, muzzle pressed to every corner of the porch and deck, nails clicking on the boards, tail low. Kayla is a Rottweiler, the kind of dog who pretends to be lazy until there's a reason not to be. That day she wouldn't cross the bridge at first. She'd put her front paws on the first slat and then step back, head tilted, staring at the glass like she could hear something behind it. I claimed the back room the moment we got there. It had a closet that was deeper than it looked, one of those closets built into the wall where the door is older than the trim. The kind that sticks in the summer and lets go with a sigh in the winter. The room smelled like cold paper and dust. Everyone else was in and out, hauling boxes, arguing quietly about where the table should go, which plug could handle a lamp without melting the outlet. I took a box of clothes into my room and shut the door with my hip, just to get a second where no one was talking. The closet was cracked open maybe an inch. I remember thinking it was going to be a fight to get it to close right, because the wood was swollen along the edge. I remember those tiny things because of what happened next. I set the box down at the foot of the bed, and when I straightened up, the closet door opened by itself. Not all the way, just enough that the old latch dragged over the strike plate with a sound I still hear when I'm half asleep. At first, I thought one of those green metal hangers had fallen and pushed the door. I was already halfway to pushing it shut when I saw her. I know how that sounds. I didn't see a ghostly shape or a trick of the light. I saw a woman. She was naked and folded into herself, knees to chest, arms wrapped around her shins, head down, like someone bracing for a blow that had not landed yet. Her skin was the color of cold milk. You know how you can sometimes tell it's a person by the way they breathe, the tiny shake in the shoulders. She had that. She was shaking like she'd been in the rain. I saw the angle of ribs under skin and a thin line of spine. Her hair was dark and hung in wet strands over her face. There wasn't enough room in that closet for her body. Her shoulder would have had to be inside the wall. My hand was already on the door. I did not scream. I don't know why I didn't. I shut the door the way you shut the fridge when you realize the milk is way past expired. Fast and flat, like maybe you could reset the whole thing by making it stop being seen. The latch clicked. My breath sounded wrong, too loud. I stood there waiting for someone inside that closet to push the door back into my hand. No one did. I backed away from it, toes bumping the box, skin crawling like I'd stepped into a spider web. Someone called my name from the hallway. I opened my door and Kayla slid past me, scrunching herself sideways like she always did when she was trying to make herself small in a tight space. She sniffed the carpet once and then stopped. She looked at the closet. She made a sound I had never heard from her. A low, thin growl that didn't come from her chest so much as it came from her throat. Hackles up, lips barely lifted, not aggressive, just warning. I told her to come. She didn't take her eyes off the closet, but she moved backward until she was out in the hall again. I left the room and shut that door too. I never opened that closet again. Not that day, not any day after. By late afternoon we had a table upright, a mattress thrown down in what we called the front room, and a plan to deal with the rest of the boxes later. The front room had a little balcony with a door that opened out, and a view of the slope and the tree line beyond it. The balcony railing was weathered and smooth from hands. The wood had that silvery color old decks get when the stain is long gone. I remember thinking it would be nice to leave the curtain open that night to let the moonlight in. That thought looks stupid written down now, but I had it anyway. As the sun went down, the glass door at the end of the bridge turned into that black rectangle I mentioned. It didn't glow or anything. It just held all the night in one piece and pressed it up against the side of the house. I needed something from the kitchen, and the kitchen was at the end of the hall that looked out over that side. I came down the stairs, set one hand on the rail, and looked over, just because that dark rectangle always pulled your eye. A woman was standing outside the glass door. I knew she was a woman because of the way the dress hung. It was black, or maybe just looked black because the light inside wasn't great, and the outside was all night. The dress fell straight, no shine to it, no patterns, not modern. She had one hand flat on the glass, fingers splayed like she was steadying herself. Her head was tilted toward the house. She didn't have a face. Where the face should have been, there was the suggestion of a skull, not gore, not blood, just the shape of bone where a face should be, like someone had drawn the outline of a skull in pencil and then walked away. I stopped on the step. I don't know how long I stood there, but I remember the way the hair on my arms lifted, and the way the wood under my feet felt warmer than the air. Kayla came to a stop beside me. She had run ahead of me, but then doubled back like she'd hit an invisible line she didn't want to cross. She stared at the door. The muscles in her shoulders twitched. Her growl was back, deeper now. It vibrated more than sounded. The woman outside didn't turn. The hand stayed on the glass. I could feel the urge to put my hand up too, palm to palm, like something inside me wanted to measure how big her fingers were. That thought freaked me out more than the sight of her. I took a step back. The woman's hand slid down the glass a little, like condensation had taken it. Then she wasn't there, not with a blink, not like she stepped away. One moment there was a shape that the brain said person to. The next there was only the glass and my reflection in it, warped by the low house light. I walked to the kitchen without looking at the door again. You would think I would tell someone. I didn't. It felt like saying it out loud would make it happen again. We ate. The plates made regular sounds against the table. Everyone was tired, and the kind of quiet you get when you're running on adrenaline from moving heavy things all day. I ate fast because all of a sudden being downstairs felt like sitting in the middle of an empty parking lot at night. I wanted walls around me. I wanted height. I told everyone I'd sleep in the front room with the balcony just for that night, because my room wasn't set up yet. That was true enough. I left the curtain open. The sky was bright with a big moon, and the way the light came through the trees made everything look like it was breathing. Kayla curled up near my hip, then got up, turned in a circle, lay down again farther away, then closer, restless the way she got on nights when thunderstorms rolled in from the valley. I fell asleep in that heavy way you do when you're exhausted enough to forget where you are. I woke up to Kayla's throat humming. For a second, I thought it was the refrigerator downstairs. Then I realized the growl was right next to me, and I wasn't fully awake before I was fully alert. Her body was tight, the way a dog goes rigid when it's about to lunge or bolt. She was looking at the balcony door. The curtain was open like I had wanted, letting in a stripe of moonlight across the floor, across the blanket, across my arm. The skin in that stripe felt colder than the rest of me. There was a shape on the balcony, not a person like before, not solid. It was like the air had been folded into a person and then given weight. A hood over a head. Even with the pale light, I couldn't make out a face under that hood. If you've seen that old photograph they call the brown lady, you know the way a shape can look like fabric and fog at the same time. It was like that. It didn't move fast. It didn't scratch at the door or that movie stuff. It stood like it was listening. Even as I write this, my hands sweat. The upstairs and the deck should have been quiet, but I could hear a noise under it all, like voices trying to be quieter than whispering underneath the floor. The room below mine, the room under the front room, had that murmur like a radio left on somewhere between stations. Every so often there was a single step, a single board complaining from downstairs, then nothing, then another, like someone was remembering how to walk. Kayla's growl had that rhythm dogs get when they're trying hard not to bark. She stood up. The hair along her spine lifted so suddenly it looked like it rose out of her skin. I grabbed her collar without thinking. It was warm, and I could feel where the leather had softened from years of being buckled in the same hole. The figure turned its head, slow, like it finally noticed it was being watched, and the hood caught the light just wrong, so there was a shadow where a face should be. Not empty, just wrong. My body did that thing where it felt like I dropped from standing height straight into cold water without moving. I don't know if it took a step or if what happened next was just a trick of my brain, but it sure looked like it came closer to the glass. Not all the way. Just enough that the idea of distance got thinner. Kayla snapped once, teeth clacking loud in the quiet, and that broke something in me. I slid off the mattress and put myself between her and the door without thinking. The voices below changed. Not words, just tone, and I heard that heavy, slow step again, right under my feet, like someone was deciding where to put their weight. I reached for the curtain. My hand looked ridiculous floating in the moonlight. The figure didn't flinch. The air smelled like old water the way basements do, but we didn't have a basement, just a lower room dug into the hill. My fingers touched the curtain cloth. The cloth felt warmer than the air and heavier than it should have. I pulled it halfway across the glass and froze. In the slice of glass still uncovered, there was a hand right at the edge of the door, inches above the latch, as if it was setting itself to touch the glass. I don't know if it belonged to the hooded shape or to something else that had crept up from the bridge to the side door. The hand wasn't like the earlier one. It wasn't pressed flat. It was hovering. It had that thinness to it, like if it pressed down it would go through the glass, like dipping your hand into a cold lake. Kayla barked then, a short bark that hurt my ears. The sound bounced off the walls and down the hallway and died fast like the house didn't want it. At the same time, as if the bark flipped a switch, the murmur under the floor stopped. The step stopped. I pulled the curtain the rest of the way and stood there holding the edge like a kid holds a blanket. Kayla shoved her head under my arm like she needed to be touching me and the door at the same time. I waited for the scrape of a finger on glass, for the feeling you get when someone stands on the other side of a door with their ear pressed to it. Nothing. I don't know how long we stood like that. Long enough that my hand went numb. I finally let go of the curtain, and it settled with a soft sound, not dramatic at all. The room felt empty, in the way a room feels empty after a party ends. The quiet had weight again. I turned on the little lamp on the floor, and the light made everything look suddenly dumb and human. There was no face at the glass. There was no hooded shape. There was only the curtain, and behind it, night. I did the thing you do when you need to prove to yourself that you aren't stuck in some loop. I opened the door. I opened a door I should not have opened. The hinge cried out, and the night air rolled over my feet. Kayla put herself in the doorway, half outside and half in, chest out, head high, searching. There were no footsteps on the deck boards except ours. There were no wet marks. The night smelled like trees, like a little bit of smoke from somewhere far off. Down to the left, the bridge to the glass door was a line of pale wood in the moonlight. The glass door itself was a black rectangle cut out of the world. Kayla lifted her nose and exhaled hard. That puff she does when she's trying to clear a smell. She stared at the far end of the bridge and made that low sound again, but she didn't step forward. I had this weird, stupid thought. If I threw something across the bridge, whatever had been there would throw it back. Then the quiet got so clean that I heard a moth bump the light behind me. That was it. No more step sounds from below, no more low voices, no shape, no woman. No hand on the glass. Nothing. I shut the balcony door and locked it, because that is what you do, even if locks don't mean anything when you're dealing with something that should not exist. I slept in bright light like a coward, with the lamp on the floor and Kayla plastered along my leg. Every sound the house made felt like it had to audition for me to believe it was normal. Somewhere around early morning, I must have slept for real. I don't have a nice, tidy ending for this. I wish I did. I didn't open the closet again. I didn't pull back the curtain until the sun was up. When I finally did look, there were no fingerprints on the balcony glass. There was no smudge where a palm would have been. The glass at the end of the bridge had a weird, faint streak near the middle that could have been from hands carrying something greasy through the hall days before we moved in. It could have been nothing at all. I stared at it until my eyes watered, and I couldn't make it into anything smarter. That day is in one piece in my head. Morning, the woman crouched where a body couldn't fit. Dusk, the woman in the dark dress with bone where a face should be. Night, the hooded shape on my balcony, and the murmur under my feet, like a house trying to remember words. Kayla's low voice, the way it all stopped like a record lifted off a turntable, leaving me with the sound of my own breath. I have tried to talk myself into easier explanations. I was tired. I was stressed. I was new to the layout and shadows. The closet door stuck and let go at a weird moment. Someone was playing a prank. I would love to lay down a boring answer in place of what happened. I can't. Sometimes I think about how that bridge and that glass door looked from the outside, stark and black against the hillside, and I wonder if it was the house that watched us, not the other way around. I can live with footsteps. I can live with voices I can't make out. I can live with dogs warning at corners where there's nothing to see. What I can't get past is the feeling of that hand pausing above the latch, waiting, and then choosing not to touch. That was the last thing that happened that night. It felt like it was about to be worse, and then it wasn't. It just ended. It went away in the middle of a breath, and I don't know why. I still don't know why. Story 2. I wasn't trying to creep myself out that night. I was just trying to make it to my great-uncle's hunting camp before it got too late, the way I've done a bunch of times. It's the kind of place that sits past where the county stops grading the roads, up and down ridge after ridge, with enough washboard to rattle fillings loose. The plan was simple: cut off the main highway early, take the gravel-back roads I know, roll in, unlock the gate, and crash on the old cot with the musty wool blanket. I had my duffel, a cooler with a couple drinks, and a head full of dumb errands I'd left behind in town. It was late October. The air had that cold bite you get at night when the leaves are down, and everything smells like damp dirt and old cedar. I remember checking the time when I got gas on the edge of town. It was just past 9. My phone was at maybe half battery. I didn't think about it because it's only an hour and a half if you stick to pavement. But I hate that long loop around, and those back roads are muscle memory. I turned off at the little church with the broken light, went past the empty feed store, and the houses thinned until it was just me and the ditch. The gravel starts right after a cattle guard that clanks under your tires. I kept it slow on the first stretch because deer love to jump there, and it's one of those flat valleys where fog hangs weird and swallows your headlights. Past the old quarry, the road climbs, then you hit the ridge, and once you're on top, it's like riding the spine of a sleeping animal. I always flip my high beams off for the turns and back on for the straights. There's a rhythm to it. You look far ahead, you listen to your tires, you feel the steering talk to you. No traffic, every now and then a mailbox and a dark driveway, and then nothing again. I'm saying all this so it's clear this wasn't me lost somewhere I didn't know. I know those roads. I'm not the type to spook easy. I've had coyotes pace the ditch. I've seen eyes flash and not blink for 100 feet. I know the shapes trees make when the wind is up. That night felt normal. I had the heat just warm enough to keep the windshield clear. The dash glowed that soft faded green because the truck is old and the bulbs in the cluster are tired. I had one of those dumb talk radio shows, barely audible, because the station fades in and out there. There's one long downhill I had in my mind as the place I'd finally wake up. You can see half the county from the top on a clear day, but at night it's just a black drop with your own glow bouncing back off the dust. I tapped the brakes at the crest to drop a gear and let the engine hold me back. The gravel is loose on that grade, and if you ride the brakes all the way, you'll smell them by the bottom. Right as I settled into the drop, I checked the rear view like you do. Habit. The mirror was vibrating a little because old truck, gravel, washboard. I wasn't expecting to see anything. There shouldn't have been anything behind me. I hadn't passed anyone since pavement. Something pale flicked in the mirror and my brain snapped awake. At first I thought it was the dust curling and catching my taillights. Then it took a shape. It was low to the ground, running on all fours, and it was close. Not 50 feet back. Close. Like maybe 3 meters off my bumper and not losing ground. My foot lifted off the gas without me telling it to. The truck nose-dipped, just a touch. The thing behind me surged forward like my slowing down was the signal it needed. For a stupid half-second, my brain tried to label it. Dog, number, too big. Person, God no. The limbs were wrong for a person. Cat, number. It didn't have that springy cat gait. The best way I can say it is, it moved like a person would move if a person had to run like an animal. It pushed off with the palms flat and the elbows flared, and the back legs kicked out long, and there was no fur to it. It looked hairless in the red smear of my taillights. The skin just pale, bare. Every part of me rejected it. I tapped the brakes hard, test impulse, the kind of move you make to make the tailgater back off. The seatbelt locked and the truck fishtailed a little because the washboard grabbed me. I caught it. In the red glow behind me, I watched the pale thing lunge closer, like it had been waiting for me to do exactly that. It didn't even flinch at the dust and pebbles coming off my back tires. I swear I could almost hear the soft slap of it hitting the ground with each stride, even over the engine and the crunch of gravel, like when a big dog runs across a kitchen floor. My body chose for me. I got off the brake and buried the gas. The back end went light for a half breath, and the truck pulled itself straight as the engine climbed. The grade helped. The pale shape behind me didn't blink out. It stayed locked in the mirror like it was tied to my bumper. That's the part that shot me into full panic. If it was a deer, I would have lost it. If it was a coyote, I never would have noticed. This thing moved with me. Every time I corrected, it corrected. If I drifted right to avoid a rut, it shifted right. There wasn't any lag. It was like it read me. I kept cutting my eyes between the road and the mirror, trying not to drive into my own fear. My hands were sweating so much I could feel the wheels slick under my fingers. My right foot went from push to numb, like my body was trying to make more weight happen through muscle. About halfway down, there's a bend where the road curves around a clump of pines, and you can't see the bottom. I took it too fast because I didn't want to lift off, and the right rear hit the loose stuff and sent the truck skating just enough to make my stomach climb into my throat. I caught it with a little counter steer, and in the mirror the white thing eased left like it wanted to be alongside the bumper. Keep in mind, it's night. The only light back there is my taillights. Everything is moving. Dust is haze. Even now, I want to give myself an out and say I misread something, but I can still see the single clean line of its back, the shine of bare skin where fur should have been, and the way its head didn't bob like a normal animal's. Nothing about it made sense. I hit the bottom of the hill, and the road teased at a wider gravel that was shaped more like a road and less like a mistake. I didn't even look. I threw the wheel left because left leads you to paved county road faster. The rear slid, and a rooster tail of gravel ripped into the ditch. I think I heard rocks ping off the underside. I didn't stop to care. I checked the mirror through the skid, expecting to see the pale thing tumble or get lost in the dust. It didn't. It adjusted like it had been taught to follow a car. My mouth went dry in a way that felt more like choking than thirst. I tasted metal. I kept waiting for the dream logic to break and for it to be something normal, like a calf or a dog with mange. It never snapped into anything else. I started doing stupid little moves I only do when someone is actually on my bumper. Tap the brakes, let the red bloom out bright, swerve a little to see if they back off. Nothing got through. I had a passing thought to throw it in reverse and try to catch it in the headlights like some insane person, and the part of my brain that wants me alive smacked that down hard. I finally thought about my phone and reached for it on the seat. No bars. The screen might as well have been a brick. Somewhere after that left, the gravel graded into a real road that still had 1,000 little stones sitting on top of it. I shifted up and gave the truck more. The engine sounded angry and old. I felt that rolling drum beat through the floorboards you get when you're not exactly married to the road anymore. I told myself if I could just get to the county blacktop with the stripes, the thing would stop, or at least I'd have lights around me and a place to go that wasn't just emptiness. There's a steep little rise before the blacktop. The old logging road meets it at a weird angle, and you gotta take it slow or you'll bottom out. I did not take it slow. I hit it just hard enough that my stomach rose and fell like a wave. The rear view gave me the last clear picture I got. In the red glow and the dust, I saw the pale shape hit the rise and compress, all four limbs gathering underneath, the spine bending. For a second it looked almost human, and that's worse than anything else I can tell you. I remember the line of a shoulder. I remember the round of a skull shape without ears, where my brain wanted ears to be. Then the mirror shook, and the road leveled, and there it was. Blacktop, stripes, stop sign, empty open space. I blew through the stop, no other cars. My tires chirped when they hit the clean surface, and then they sang that thin humming song you get when you're doing too much on cold pavement. I stayed on the gas because slowing down felt like dying. The truck climbed and then settled into a speed that would get me a ticket if anyone had been there to see it. I looked at the mirror. The gravel road behind was a dark mouth. Nothing came out of it. Nothing. The first streetlight in miles glowed a tired orange way down the road, and I aimed for it like a lifeboat. I kept checking the mirror every couple seconds. It's hard to explain, but the feeling of being followed doesn't turn off just because your eyes don't see anything. My shoulders were tight up near my ears. My jaw hurt from clenching. Every little reflection from the tailgate or the chrome of the bumper or the way the glass doubles up at night made my heart jump. The truck smelled like hot brakes and dust. Even with the heater on, my hands were cold. My fingers had to peel off the wheel one by one when I flexed them. I knew there was a gas station at the crossroad about 6 miles from that tee. It's a 24-hour place, even though nobody's ever there after 10. And it has these awful humming fluorescent lights that make everything look flat and too bright. It felt like church. I pulled in too fast and my tires squealed across the concrete, and I didn't care. I parked half crooked under the lights and put the truck in park and just sat there. The engine idled high for a second and then settled. I could feel my heartbeat in my arms. The world started to feel wider again, like I could look around without seeing only the mirror. I didn't get out right away. I told myself I was just going to breathe for a minute. Then I cracked the window and listened. It was amazing how loud regular life is when you've been alone on dirt for so long. The cooler rattled a little when the truck shook. The sign buzzed. If there had been anything running up from that road, I would have heard gravel on asphalt. I heard nothing. When I did get out, the air hit me like walking into a meat locker. I went around to the back of the truck and looked because somehow I had the idea that I'd find marks or slaps of mud or something to prove to me that something had actually been that close. There was dust caked on the tailgate up to the handle. There were the usual little scratches from brush and one new smear that could have been from a bag I dragged out the day before. No prints, no long streaks, no hair. The cold sank in through my jeans and made the back of my knees ache. I scanned the dark beyond the edge of the light, and all I saw was empty highway and an even darker line of trees behind the ditch. Standing there, under those lights, made what happened feel dumb and small in a way that didn't feel fair. I got back in the truck because it felt worse to be out than in. I sat and stared at the mirror like something would appear if I looked long enough. Nothing did. The panic didn't bleed away gradually. It dropped out of me all at once, like a switch got turned off. My hands stopped shaking in one breath. My chest stopped feeling like a fist. My brain tried to pretend none of it had happened, like it was embarrassed for me. I drove to the camp after that, but I didn't take gravel again. I stayed on the highway until the last possible turn. I held the flashlight in my teeth to unlock the gate, and I kept the truck lights on full, even though it makes the woods look like cardboard cutouts. I locked the door to the cabin and then felt stupid, and then locked it again. I lay on the cot with my boots on and stared at the ceiling until the thin grey light that means morning made it through the gaps in the boards. I didn't sleep. When I did finally close my eyes, I could feel that space behind the bumper fill up again. Months later, I saw a photo online of a bear with mange. If you've never seen that, don't. It didn't look like any bear I had in my head. It looked wrong and humanish and bare in a way that felt exactly like the thing in my mirror. The front legs looked too long in the picture. The face looked off. I remember feeling a cold sort of relief crawl up my back. Finally, an answer. It could have been that. It probably was that. Bears can run faster than my old truck on gravel for a short sprint. Mange could make it look pale and hairless in red light. If that's the explanation, fine. I'll take it. But the part that won't sit right is how it stayed with me on that downhill. How it matched every little stupid swerve like it was strapped to my bumper. How it felt like it understood gas and brake better than it should have. And the way it all stopped. That was the weirdest. Not a fade out, not it falling back down the grade, just nothing the second I hit the blacktop and the first streetlight got near, like I drove past some line I couldn't see. That night is still a knot in my stomach I can poke with my thumb whenever I think about it. I can line up all the practical explanations and still feel the sweat from my palms on that steering wheel and hear the little stones tick my undercarriage. I can still see that pale shape, 3 meters off the bumper, folding its limbs to hit the rise, ready to take one more stride. And then it wasn't there. It was just gone. No sound, no shape, no reason. I still don't have the reason. Story 3. Every family reunion with my side of the family ends pretty much the same way. Too much food, somebody breaks out a guitar, kids run in circles until they crash, and a bunch of us go for a ghost walk. It's not serious. It's just an excuse to get quiet together and let the woods mess with our heads. We walk the old service road that loops away from the campground. No headlights, no phones, just the occasional dim lantern in case someone trips. People tell the same stories every year. It's a comfort thing. This happened on one of those nights. It was late summer, the kind of warm that still hangs onto the day even though the sun is long gone. You know that warm dirt smell and the way the air feels thicker under the trees after dark? That was the vibe. Dinner had been the usual chaos. I remember holding a paper plate that was getting soggy in one corner from baked beans and watching the smoke from the grill drift up and disappear into the black above the pines. The mosquitoes weren't bad yet, just a couple lazy ones that my stepson kept swatting at his ankles. He's old enough now to want to be brave and young enough that he still wants to match my pace. The plan for the walk was simple. A group of us, maybe a dozen, would go out in a line, one of the cousins up front with a weak lantern, everybody else stretching out behind, quiet enough to spook ourselves. Because I'm an idiot and still like to act like a kid sometimes, I told my stepson we'd hang back, cut into the trees at the first pull-off, and try to get ahead of the line to freak them out by stepping out of the dark at the right moment. No one was drinking. There's always a rule about that because there are kids, and it's easy to twist an ankle out there. The adults all know this is for fun, not for injuries. We didn't take a flashlight, on purpose. We tucked our phones into our pockets and switched them to airplane mode so they wouldn't light up at the wrong second. The sky was mostly clear. There was a thin moon, more a suggestion than a light, and a grit of stars through the branches. You could see enough to keep your feet under you once your eyes settled. The walk started like they always do. We left the circle of light around the camp and the voices thinned out into the steady shuffle and crackle of footfalls on gravel. The old service road is narrow, like one lane with grass pressing in on both sides, and it bows a little in the middle where water sits when it rains. There's a ditch on the right and a bank on the left with ferns. The trees knit over your head in a sickle shape, and after 20 steps, you can't see the campsite anymore. The lantern up front was set low, so it didn't blow our night vision. The glow hit the road just enough to pick out the brightest stones and the white edges of old tire ruts. Everyone fell into that quiet rhythm that happens when people are together and pretending not to breathe loud. A couple minutes in, there's a little pull-off where an old logging spur used to cut uphill. It's hard to see in daylight. At night you have to know it's there. It's a lip of dirt the width of a car hood, then a gap in the brush where 2 tracks used to be. It's always my favorite spot in the daylight because the ground under the needles is cushy and there's a stump you can sit on that looks out over the road like a blind. That was where I planned to sneak off. I tapped my stepson's arm and we slid into the trees slow, using the spaces between bushes so we wouldn't make that loud, dry rattle noise leaves make when you thrash them. The woods in that spot are the kind where everything is soft. The ground holds footprints like memory foam. The smell flips from campfire and hot dust to old leaves, damp wood, and that green bite you get when you break a fern. You can hear the group without seeing it. Just a gentle hush-hush of shoes on gravel and that low laugh you hear from people who don't want to admit they're a tiny bit scared. We tucked ourselves just inside the tree line, maybe 2 steps off the road. If you stepped out from where we were, you'd be right next to where the lead person with the lantern would pass. We crouched. My stepson nudged my shoulder, and I felt him shaking a little, the good kind of shake, the ready-to-launch energy. I put a hand on his arm to calm him so he wouldn't jump early. I was about to tell him not to say anything when I noticed a shape just to my left. It was a person. That's how my mind took it in. Not an animal, not a stump. A person-shaped outline standing just inside the trees, shoulder level with me, facing the road like we were. I didn't see a face. I didn't see details. The darkness was in charge of that. But there was a distinct sense of standing next to someone. You know how your body registers another body in your space, even if your eyes are busy. That's the feeling. The odd part is that I hadn't heard anyone come up. No footfalls, no brush drag, nothing. I kept my eyes on the road because I still wanted to time the scare and not give away our spot. My stepson leaned toward my ear and whispered, almost into my hair, not to say anything yet. We would time it. Before I could nod, the person shape to my left breathed in, just a soft intake, and whispered back, "Okay." That's the detail I can't get around even now. The voice wasn't loud. It wasn't dramatic. It was the volume you use when you're trying not to be heard by the people on the road. Not a deep voice, not high. right behind my ear. I felt the hair on the back of my neck lift like someone rubbed a balloon on it. My stepson stiffened against my shoulder like he'd been touched. We both froze for 1 second. In my head, I explained it in an instant. One of the relatives must have looped ahead to coordinate a jump scare. That happened before, years back, when the older kids took turns hiding. It made perfect sense in that one breath. The person's outline shifted slightly, a foot half turn maybe, the way you adjust to stand on flat ground if you're balancing on roots. The group was almost to us. The lantern's weak cone bobbed, caught on the silvery undersides of leaves, then tilted away. I could see the shapes of a couple heads. We had a choice: jump out in front of them and shout and ruin my illusion of being an adult for the night, or slip in behind them and let the spotter jump from our side. I decided to let the person to my left have the moment. I made a little now motion to my stepson, and we skipped back onto the road maybe 3 paces behind the last person in line. No one noticed us slip in. They were all staring at their feet. I glanced back to see if the outline was moving too. I didn't see it, but it was dark and my eyes were on a million things. I told myself they were crouched lower, waiting to keep the timing tight. We followed for a bit, feeling proud of our stealth, thinking this was going to land perfectly. The walk took a bend around a slow curve, the kind where the road leans and the ditch gets deeper. Every time the lantern bobbed, it threw a little light back at us like a wink. We walked like that for maybe a minute, 2 at the most. I didn't hear anything behind us, but that didn't mean anything. The woods swallow sounds and give them back only when they want to. Then the person with the lantern up front stopped and turned to walk backwards for a second so they could talk down the line. Just reminders about watching footing, keeping close, calling out if anyone had to tie a shoe. The usual safety stuff. And the light swept over the group from front to back in a quick scan. In that brief glance, I realized everyone was there. Everyone. Nobody missing. No empty spot where someone would be if they had raced ahead to hide. It landed in my gut like a rock in water. I leaned toward my stepson and asked, very quiet, if he had heard the okay. He said yes, right by his ear. He put a hand on the back of his neck like I had, and then took it down, like he didn't want to call more attention to it. It was one thing for me to be spooked. Hearing that he heard it too, pulled the bottom out of my rational explanations. We stayed in line until the next straight stretch. My brain started pinging questions. I kept turning my head to check behind us, expecting to see a little point of a light from a phone or a faint outline of someone stepping out. Nothing. The pull-off faded behind the curve and vanished. Even when I stared hard, there was only a dark seam where trees met sky. The walk kept going because that's what a line of people does after dark when nobody wants to be the one who says, "Hey, can we stop because ghosts?" The road comes to a fork a little over a mile and a bit from camp, where a collapsed gate blocks the way deeper into the reserve. That is where the leader always stops, turns everyone around, and says something like, "Well, if there were ghosts, they didn't show tonight." I know the timing because we've done this a lot, and because by that point kids are tired and want hot chocolate. We hit that spot, and I watched the faces in the circle when the light swung past. Everyone had the same dopey grin people get when they've managed not to fall. I counted. There wasn't a missing person to account for a spotter. When the lantern turned and the shadows emptied, I asked the front if anyone had gone ahead to set up a scare. I didn't make a big thing of it, just casual. The answer was a quick no. It wasn't a trick within a trick kind of thing. The leader made a point of saying we'd agreed not to have anyone peel off because it was too easy to get lost. And then, kind of laughing, they added if someone had gone ahead, they would have gotten a lecture later for breaking the rule. I looked at the faces again anyway. Same press of mouths, same eyes adjusting to the light. No one was trying to hide a joke. My stepson caught my sleeve and held it, not tight, just there. The walk back should have been uneventful. It usually is. You're on the same road. You can see your own footprints if the dust is right. and the sound of the camp starts to filter through the trees as you get close. But once we turned, I couldn't shake the feeling of the spot we had just left. I knew the exact tree where we stood. I knew the angle of the stump and the feel of the soft ground under my left foot and the way the leaves were torn on my right from brushing them with my knee. I knew the exact place in the dark where a body had been next to mine, close enough to whisper. I scanned ahead back to that curve, waiting to catch a hint of movement in the gap where the spur cut in. We passed it. We didn't slow, but my head turned and my eyes went wide. I expected something small, an outline, a glint from a lens, anything to give my brain a box to put this in. There was nothing. The space between two saplings was just a space between two saplings. My stepson squeezed my sleeve once and let go. He didn't look at me, he didn't need to. I could feel him listening the same way I was, ears straining for a voice that would not come. The speed at which it all dropped off freaked me out. 1 minute, someone is there, close enough to share breath with, enough to say a single word. The next, it's like that space never held a person. No footsteps behind us on the way back, no stick snap that wasn't from someone in our line. We were over 2 kilometers from camp when it happened, out past the last place a reasonable person would choose to stand in the dark on a warm night with no light and no company, and they were just there, like they had been waiting for us to arrive at that exact spot to help us scare our own people, apparently. And then they were nowhere. Back in the light of the campsite, with all the lanterns and the fire and the normal noises, my brain tried again to rationalize. Maybe someone from another group was out there. Maybe another family had decided to do the same thing, and we walked right into their setup. But there was no car parked at the trailhead when we started. The camp host closes the gate to drive-ins late. You have to check in to use the loop. And the sound of that voice, this is the part that makes my stomach twist even as I write this, didn't have the little echo you get when someone is a step away from you in the trees. It was right there, inches away, the way someone's voice sounds when they lean in so close, their hair brushes your jacket. The word was simple, and there was no big dramatic tone to it, just okay, like we were in on something together. It felt like being accepted into a plan I didn't know existed. I went back to that spot the next day, in daylight, because I still wanted the practical answer. Of course I did. The pull-off looked smaller in the sun, the stump lower, the ferns less dramatic. I stood where I had stood and looked at the road, and tried to line up the angles, and think of how someone could have stood where I felt them, and then slipped away without sound when my back was turned for a second. Daylight didn't change the part my body remembers. It made it worse in a way. There was brush to push through, and leaves that would have rustled, and twigs that would have cracked. You don't glide out of there like air. You make noise. We didn't hear anything. I know how dumb it sounds. I'm not saying I saw a ghost. I'm not saying I saw anything, really. I didn't see a face, didn't see hands, didn't see a color of clothing, didn't catch a smell that didn't belong. What I have is the shape in my peripheral, the feel of another person close enough to be part of our little prank, and that one word that told me they understood what we were about to do and were okay with it. Then the line kept walking, and we blended back in. And when we tried to line that up with reality, there was no one missing, no one unaccounted for, no one later who said, "That was me." It wasn't that movie fear where something chases you. It was the kind of fear that comes from realizing you had already let something into your circle without even a second thought. I think about that road sometimes when I'm trying to fall asleep. The way my boots sounded on the gravel, the weight of my stepson's hand on my sleeve, the tiny shift of weight to my left, like someone settling their foot deeper into pine needles, and that word right in my ear, soft as a cough. The rest of the night is a blur of normal behavior, hot chocolate, teasing, a kid crying because they tripped. But that one moment stands apart in my head like it's still happening, paused at the edge of the trees. I waited for a long time that night for another sound from that patch of dark on the way back. I kept turning my head and trying to catch it. It never came. It just stopped. 1 second there was someone there with us, and the next it was gone without a sound, without a step, without a reason. I still don't have the reason. Story 4. I don't scare easy with old ranch stories. I grew up around enough empty barns and dark tree lines to know the difference between a sound that's a problem and a sound that's just the world. But the day I'm thinking about changed the way I carry myself around one particular piece of ground. I didn't see anything with my own eyes. I didn't hear a ghost. I didn't catch a shadow out of the corner of my eye and convince myself it was a person. What I did was stand there while a group of tired people told me the same exact thing in the same exact corner of an unfinished house, and I believed them. I still do. And the part that won't sit right is how it all went quiet at the end, like a switch got flipped. Pedro is my ex-father-in-law. He's the kind of guy who can fix a fence with whatever's in the back of the truck and make coffee that tastes like dirt and adrenaline. For a long time, he worked on a ranch in Frio County, out along Highway 57, headed toward Eagle Pass. That's South Texas brush country, caliche roads that turn your truck white, mesquite and prickly pear crowded right up to the fence line. Gate after gate with the same knot on the wire that only opens if you push and lift at the same time. He checked water, kept the roads passable, ran off hogs when he could, and every now and then he'd find people on foot, moving towards somewhere better than wherever they started. On this day, late spring, just hot enough to make your shirt stick if you moved around too fast, I drove down to bring him diesel, a couple bags of tortillas, and some cold drinks. He called me around 3 o'clock and asked if I could swing by with extra water too. He said he had a small group that looked beat up by the sun, and he was going to let them sleep in the shell of a house on the backside of the property just for the night, so they could get shade and not die in a fence line. He said the owner, Ferguson, didn't like anyone on the place unless they were paying to hunt or work. But even Ferguson wasn't heartless enough to say no to water and roof when it was just for a night. I got off the highway at the same little entrance I always used for that place. There's no sign, just a notch in the mesquite and a line of gravel behind a pipe gate with chain and a busted S-hook someone had hammered flat years ago. Dust rolled into the cab the second I stopped. I could taste it, chalky and dry. Pedro waved me through and swung the gate with his hip like always. We bounced down the 2-track past a windmill that squeaks when there's no oil. Then a stock tank low enough that you could see the cracked ring it leaves when it's healthy, and then out toward a little rise with a rectangle of lumber on it. The unfinished house looked like a big, half-remembered idea. Slab poured, anchor bolts sticking out in places like teeth. Framing up, roof on, but no windows, no doors, just open frames. Felt paper had peeled and flapped off one corner and was caught on a nail, snapping every now and then when the wind gusted. The interior was studs and shadows, rough-in plumbing capped off, wires poking out where outlets were supposed to be. A couple pallets of cinder blocks half sunk into the dirt. There was a pile of scrap lumber with nail ends poking out like a bad mouth. No one had worked on that house in years. It was striker plate quiet inside, the kind of quiet that makes your ears ring. Pedro had the group sitting in the shade of the north wall. They looked like anyone looks after a long walk under a sun that doesn't care about you. Faces drawn tight, lips chapped, clothes dusted the same color as the road. They didn't want their pictures taken. No one asked. We handed over water and some packets of peanuts, and the world got a little less sharp right there. People drank like they were afraid the bottles would disappear from their hands. One of them leaned their head back against a stud and closed their eyes, and I swear the relief in that moment made the whole place feel human. We laid out some old moving blankets on the concrete in a room that would have been a living room. The floor smelled like sawdust and old sweat and that weird tang metal gets when it's been hot and then cool too fast. Pedro set a cooler with more water against a wall and told them in plain words they could have the night to rest, and then they'd need to keep moving at first light. They nodded. They were polite. They were exhausted to the bone. I left a couple of trash bags and a stack of paper towels. I'm not telling you this to make us sound like saints. It felt like the bare minimum. It was shade, water, and a chance not to die. We stuck around because we had to finish our actual jobs. The property had a busted gate on the south fence line, and Pedro wanted to brace it before the hogs found the gap. I rode with him, passed wire, held the post while he drove staples. We stopped by a feeder that had run out and kicked the dirt out of the mechanism so it wouldn't bind when they filled it the next morning. The sun went down slow and heavy. The heat got less mean, but it didn't leave. Coyotes started up far off. You could hear the highway as a low, steady hiss when the wind went flat. The generator at the main house clicked on and off a couple times before it caught and stayed. I watched a roadrunner cross a sendero and vanish like it always does, and for a while, it was just any other evening on that ranch. We headed back to the unfinished house with a bag of tortillas and a skillet to heat some beans, because food helps. There's no electricity out there, so it was headlamps and a little propane burner set up in the doorway where the breeze could carry the smoke. The world was black up to the limit of our lights, and the house cut a clean rectangle out of it. We kept it simple. You could see shadows of the group shift on the concrete in the flicker. Someone laughed once at something small, and if you've ever been that kind of tired, you know the weird giggle that comes with it. It felt as normal as a not normal situation can feel. Sometime after 9 o'clock, right when the crickets seemed to be the only sound, everything shifted. It wasn't a noise first, it was this wave of movement. The group all at once started gathering their things, fast and flat, not panic screaming, but with that tight hurry people have when something's wrong. You could see eyes big in the beam of my headlamp. They were talking over each other. They weren't leaving, but they weren't staying inside that shell. They stepped into the yard and crowded around Pedro and me, and they all said the same word in different voices: help. They were shaking their heads and pointing back at the far corner of the inside, like that corner had done something. I went inside to see if a raccoon or something had come in, because I wanted a stupid explanation. You ever walk into a place and feel like you're going to step on something you can't see? That's what it felt like. The temperature didn't change. The air didn't go cold. Nothing dramatic. But the hairs on my arms stood up like I was under a big power line. The concrete gave my footsteps back to me too loud, like I was walking in a bathroom. There was nothing in the corner except a folded roll of insulation and a coffee can with screws. I stood very still and tried to hear what they had heard. I got nothing except a ringing in one ear that wasn't there before. I turned my headlamp off for a second to see if my eyes would pick up something my mind was missing. That was worse. I clicked it back on almost immediately and felt stupid for trying. Pedro walked around the outside while I stood inside. He doesn't spook easy either. He stopped at the corner, put a hand on the framing like you might put a hand on a sleeping dog to let it know you're there, and stood like that for a breath. When he came back, the look on his face was careful. The group kept saying the same thing in their own words. I don't want to turn this into a script, but what came through was this. They were lying there, not asleep yet. And from that corner, from the wall or the floor, a voice started saying, "Help me." Not shouted, not screaming. Just that phrase, low and steady, like someone who has been calling for a long time and is tired of not being heard, in Spanish and in English, depending on who you asked. Not one person heard it. All of them did. That's the part that got under my skin. Different people, same report, same place, same words. We didn't argue. Pedro said they didn't need to stay there if it made them uncomfortable, and we helped them move across the yard to the old equipment shed. 4 walls, dirt floor, 1 door you could jam with a stick if you needed to. Not as cool as the house would have been, but it felt better instantly. I ran back to grab the blankets. And as soon as I stepped into the unfinished house again, the weird, too loud echo of my own feet came back, and I made myself move fast so I wouldn't give whatever was in my own head time to get louder. I kept expecting a sudden, obvious noise. Someone clearing a throat, a bird trapped in the rafters, anything I could make into a reason. I got nothing. The night outside felt like it was leaning in through the window spaces. If you know South Texas, you know the smell of dry mesquite and hot dust. It was that plus something like wet metal. I can't explain that part without sounding dramatic. It's just what I remember. When I handed those blankets to the edge of the shed, somebody grabbed them like a rope pulled taut in a current. They thanked me in a voice that sat close to a sob, and the thanks didn't make me feel good. It made my chest feel tight. We stood there for a while like idiots, not wanting to make a big deal out of it, but not wanting to go away either. I turned my headlamp off because the little beam just made the shadows worse. Without lights, the house was a black set of shapes against a slightly less black sky. The stars felt like they were far away and small. I listened hard for crickets because crickets feel like proof that the world is doing what it should be doing. They kept scraping away, steady as a metronome. The unfinished house made no sound at all. We didn't sleep there. We went back to the main house and sat on the porch with the generator grumbling and that false little circle of safety you get from being near walls and a light. Neither of us said much. Every now and then the dogs at the neighbor ranch would bark at something and then stop, and each time it made me tense and then feel foolish. I kept expecting to hear voices carry over the short distance from the shed, but they didn't. Whatever they had heard was only in that house. Before dawn, while it was still gray and soft, the group was up and ready to walk. They were quiet. They were polite. They wouldn't go near the house to borrow the inside corner to tie their shoes. They stuck to the road. We gave them as much water as we could without taking it from where we knew we needed it later that week. They headed down the fence line and were nothing more than movement in mesquite by the time the sun pushed up. Pedro watched them go and then stared at the unfinished house like it had said his name. He told me then, in the early light when the world feels almost back to normal, that it wasn't the first time. Not that exact group, obviously, but other people he'd helped had told him the same thing. Same place, same words. They didn't know each other. Different months. He said he used to think it was one person planting a story, or someone trying to get him to move them closer to the main house. But he never told anyone else. He didn't want to put that idea in their heads. He let them lie down, and then they would come out and say the same thing. He said it like he was confessing something that wasn't his fault. I felt the skin between my shoulders tighten, and I didn't know what to do with my hands. We locked the gate on the unfinished house, because that's what you do when a place makes people uneasy. You pretend a padlock changes anything. We drove back down the 2-track, and I kept my eyes on the mirror, like something might follow us. It was a habit my body invented all on its own. By the time I hit Highway 57 again, the machine part of my brain was back running things, watching for trucks, checking the speed, looking for DPS. The ranch fell behind and turned into just more brush on the side of a road I've driven 100 times. Years later, when the weirdness of that day had turned into a story I told maybe once or twice with a shrug, I was there with Pedro when he told Ferguson about it. They weren't boss and hand in that moment. They were two men who had worked the same dirt for years and finally said a quiet thing out loud. Ferguson got quiet in a way that made the air feel heavier. He took a drink, stared at the table, and told us, not looking up, that when he was young, his grandfather had done things on that piece of ground you don't say in front of people. He said the house never got finished because the guys he hired walked off, saying they heard voices around that corner. He didn't argue with them. He didn't chase them. He just stopped building. He said it like he was tired of stuffing it down. He didn't offer more. He didn't need to. The room had that feeling you get when someone opens a door you didn't know was in your house. I don't have a clean ending for you. I didn't go back with a recorder. I didn't demand answers. I didn't go in there at midnight alone to prove something to myself. I don't want that place in my teeth like grit any more than it already is. I think about that corner of the slab sometimes when I'm trying to fall asleep. The not quite square shadow on the floor. The way my footsteps sounded wrong. The way every single one of those people used the same words for the same sound in the same spot. You can call it stress echoes or panic or shared suggestion. You can call it whatever makes it sit right in your own head. What I know is this: they all wanted out of that structure. They all pointed to that corner like a magnet in their hands. They all said, "Help me," had come from there in a voice that wasn't theirs. We moved them. The night pressed in. The crickets sang. The house held its breath. And then nothing. No second act. No jump scare. No coyote dragging something over the slab to give me a reason to laugh at myself. It just stopped right after it got real and left that spot buzzing in the back of my brain like a tooth I can't stop touching. I still drive that highway sometimes. I still pass that turnoff. I keep my eyes on the lines and my hands at 9 and 3 and pretend the brush is just brush. That corner is still there whether I look at it or not, and I still don't have the reason. Story 5. I didn't go out there to get freaked out. I went because my cousin needed an extra pair of hands, and I like an excuse to be away from a screen. She's a hydrologist, and her job has her checking little diversions, culverts and flow rates around the Montana and Wyoming line. It's the kind of work that involves maps with coffee rings on them, a cooler full of water, and long stretches of dirt roads that nobody maintains unless they need to. I've driven enough of those roads to know the sound your tires make when they hit washboard, and the way dust floats behind you like you're dragging a ghost. Nothing about that day felt ominous starting out. It was just a weird little side trip after we checked a trickle that wasn't trickling like it should. We left pavement after a cattle guard that clanked loud enough to make the crows lift off the fence. The sky was that wide western blue with smears of clouds, and the wind had that dry edge that tastes like pine if you lick your lips. I remember saying out loud how quiet it was, and then immediately laughing at myself because, of course, it was quiet. There was no one out there. The road ran along a ridge, then dipped into a draw that had been chewed up by spring runoff and smoothed over by a grader once, maybe twice, early in the season. Spruce and lodgepole took turns closing in right up to the edge of the road, and every now and then a clump of aspen shook their coins in the breeze. The smell was a mix of sun on needles and that cold damp you get in shade even on a warm day. We were checking a small diversion somebody had thrown together last year, just a skinny trench feeding a stock tank. The idea was to see if the flow was picking up after the last rain. I held the staff while my cousin read numbers and wrote them down, and we traded packs without talking much, because there's not much to say when you're counting seconds and watching water fill a bucket. The mosquitoes were lazy. The only other noise was a woodpecker beating on a dead snag, like it owed him money. When we finished those notes, she said there was an interesting little ravine not far off the main draw, a short detour, where spring feeds tend to cut diagonally across the slope. We took the truck down a little farther and pulled off on a patch of grass that looked like it had been a pull-out before the grass reclaimed it. No other tracks, no beer cans, no fire ring, no "we were here" trash. Just a land that does not care whether you are standing in it or not. The ravine looked like any other, shallow and lined with ferns and rocks the size of your fist, with a trickle of water pretending to be important as it ducked under a tangle of deadfall. We picked our way down the slope sideways to keep our ankles intact. I was out ahead by a couple of paces, pushing a pine branch out of the way and feeling fresh needles snap back against my sleeve when I saw it. At first I thought it was a root. It came out of the ground at the base of a stump, the way roots do, except it wasn't the bark color of the stump, and it didn't flare out. It was a cord, a flat, tan, two-strand cord, like an old lamp cord, the kind with the fine little ridges along one side. It came up out of the dirt in a clean line, not tangled, not chewed, not frayed. It crossed over the top of the stump, slipped between two grass shoots, then slid back under the dirt again like a snake disappearing. Between us, we've seen a lot of weird fence repairs and ranch hacks, all the use what you got out here stuff. An extension cord isn't unheard of near a cabin. But there were no cabins, no tire tracks, nothing to point to someone living or working within earshot. I crouched down and touched the cord. It was warm from the sun on the exposed bits and smooth under the dirt. I gave the gentlest tug you can imagine. It didn't give. It was anchored. My stomach did a small flip. Not a big fear thing, but the kind of flip your body makes when you notice a detail that doesn't line up. We followed it because it felt like the only thing to do. If you've ever followed a string, you know the little mental clicks your brain makes with each clue. The cord popped up again 6 or 7 steps later, this time looping over a fallen branch. Then it went back into the ground. Another 10 steps and it surfaced to wrap around a rock. I'm not guessing when I say wrap. It was laid there. It wasn't thrown. Someone or something had taken the time to bring it up, loop it, and sink it again. No tape, no splices, just the same flat cord all the way along. We kept going down, the ravine curving us into a small open pocket with a view of nothing but trees and sky. That's when we saw the desk. It was sitting on the flat, like it had been dragged out of a classroom last week and placed there with care. Heavy, old school. Brown laminate top with wood grain printed on it. Squared edges with a metal trim that had been dented at the corners. The legs were metal, that dull grey you get after decades of cleaning, with little plastic caps at the bottom that had dirt ground into them. There was no chair, no chalkboard, no half wall, just that desk, alone, aligned so the front faced downhill like someone wanted to see the tiny trickle of water. Even writing this now, I can feel the wrongness of it in my chest. Not horror movie wrong, just practical wrong. A thing built for inside, sitting in a place where only wind and rain go. Screwed into the desktop near the back right corner was a metal electrical box with a duplex outlet in it. The plate was new enough that you could read the tiny letters stamped on the corners. The outlet had the ground holes at the bottom, 2 little flags of plastic covering the slots, like the tamper-resistant kind you find in houses now. A length of that same tan cord came up through a hole in the side of the metal box, and whoever attached it had taken the time to put a clamp on it so it wouldn't pull out. The screws were tight. The black and white conductors were neatly placed under their terminals. Someone even ran a little green wire to the metal of the desk itself, like they were grounding it. It's not like we just stood there gaping. We did what you do when your brain wants the obvious fix. We scanned the tree line for a cabin we hadn't noticed. We looked up for wires, nothing, no poles, no solar panels, no little humming shed. The only sounds were wind through needles and our own breathing. I stepped closer and put my hand on the metal box because sometimes you can feel a faint vibration if something's live. I could. A very faint buzz. If you rest your palm on a cheap wall adapter plugged into a noisy outlet, you know that feel. My cousin pressed her ear to the desk and then looked at me with her eyebrows tight together. I put my head down too. There was a whisper of a hum inside the wood and metal. Not loud, not dramatic, but there. I always carry a small hand-crank radio in my pack on these trips, because you learn fast that weather in the mountains is not your friend and cell service is a rumor. It's one of those crank radios with a little solar strip nobody trusts and a charging port for a phone that barely works. It also has a tiny wall plug that I keep in a side pocket for when we're back in a motel somewhere. I don't know why I did it, but I reached in and pulled out the wall plug. It's one of those little 2-prong cubes that weighs nothing and runs everything. I held it above the outlet like my hand didn't want to commit. My cousin didn't say anything at first. She just watched my hand. I plugged it in. A tiny green light on the cube came on. My heart thumped once hard in my chest. I pushed the USB cord into the cube and then into the radio, and the radio woke up like we were in a kitchen. The backlight flicked on. The speaker hissed that busy, steady static you get when you are near houses and lamps and 100 little noises. Usually out there, the weather band is quiet until you hit a signal, and then it's a voice reading numbers. This was not that. This sounded like when my neighbor turns on fluorescent lights and my AM radio says, "Nope." My cousin reached out and with 2 fingers turned the volume wheel. The static got loud enough that I flinched, and then she turned it down. The green charging light stayed on, steady as a heartbeat. I pulled the plug out of the radio, and the cube stayed lit. I unplugged the cube, and the light went dark. I plugged it back in, and the light came on again. I did it like 3 times because I wanted to catch it failing, to give myself the relief of seeing it blink. It didn't blink. It was solid. The metal box, the outlet, the desk, this thing was live in the middle of nowhere. The hair on my arms felt like they were trying to stand up through my shirt. We spent the next few minutes trying to find a reason. I slid my hand along the cord back away from the box as far as I could, without yanking it. Where it dove into the ground, the dirt had been pressed around it like someone had tamped it down with the heel of a boot. The run we had followed had the same neat bury in and out, the same loops around stupid obstacles, like someone couldn't be bothered to root it clean and also couldn't stand to let it lay on top. I dug a little at one spot with 2 fingers and hit the cord immediately, which said it wasn't buried deep. I stopped. I felt guilty even going that far. I don't know why. I wiped my fingers on my pants and wished I hadn't touched it at all. We listened for a generator. If you've ever been within earshot of a small generator, you know it. Even the quiet ones have that high whine. There was nothing. We walked a slow circle around the desk in a radius as far as we could get without losing sight of each other. Pines, rocks, a bed of needles, the smallest, faintest stream bargaining with gravity. No footprints, no tracks, no cut path. No zip ties in the grass, just that cord and that stupid, perfect desk with its neat little live box. Standing there with the radio in my hands humming like a house, I felt this awful, specific kind of fear I've never felt before. Not the fear of being chased, not the fear that a big animal is about to come out of the trees. This was fear of a thing that works where it has no right to, like a door opening into a room that shouldn't exist. My cousin and I kept glancing at each other and then back at the desk like we needed each other's faces to confirm we weren't misreading. I wanted to be brave enough to unplug the wires from the outlet and see how they'd run it. I wanted to be the person who solves the weird, but my stomach sat in a tight fist that said, "Do not touch that." The whole place felt like the air was waiting for us to make a wrong move so it could snap shut. We stood there for a few minutes that felt long. The wind moved in the trees above us. The radio spat and hissed at a low volume, a sound I've heard 100 times indoors, and never, ever outside like that. I stared at the edges of the desktop and noticed little carved scratches and a couple of gum wads coral hard under the lip. It was a school desk. Someone had taught on that thing. The legs had the faint grey arc of a cleaning mop, etched into the paint near the bottom, the kind you get from years of being dragged along tile. Seeing those normal details made my skin crawl. This was a real thing, not a prop. I unplugged the cube, took the cord out of the outlet, and put both back in my pocket like I was pocketing a weapon I didn't know how to use. The little green light died, and the radio's backlight faded, and for a second I felt actual relief, like I'd closed a door. The hum in the desk didn't change. Barely there. Still there. We didn't talk about it. We didn't need to. We started backing up our own little circle without ever saying, "Let's go." Neither of us wanted to turn our back on it right away, not because we thought it would jump at us, but because turning around felt disrespectful to something we didn't understand. I hate how dramatic that sounds. It's how it felt, like the emptiness had eyes. We climbed out of the ravine faster than we went in. My pack creaked every time the strap shifted, a small sound that felt too loud. The ground gave under my boots with that soft crunch of dry needles and sandy soil. I kept expecting the static to follow us, like a sound you can't shake from your ears, but when we got a dozen steps away from the desk, the radio didn't hiss anymore because it wasn't plugged in, and the world fell back into wind and birds. It didn't feel better. It felt like someone had their thumb over the volume knob to the entire place. At the truck, we looked at each other and laughed in that busted way you laugh after a close call on the road. We weren't going to go back down and investigate more. We weren't going to drop a pin and come back at midnight. We were going to leave. We did. We drove slow over the washboard out to the 2-track, and then the 2-track back to the main dirt, and then dirt back to pavement. Neither of us turned on the radio in the truck. The cab felt like a safe room, and we didn't want to fill it with anything. Later, when we had service again, we pulled up maps and tried to figure out if there had been an old Forest Service station there. Nothing obvious. No marked structures, no little square that usually shows where something used to be. We zoomed in until the pixels broke. Just trees and contour lines. We shrugged and said the only explanations that made sense. Someone had dragged a desk out there as a joke. Someone had run a long cord to it from a generator, and we just couldn't hear it because wind and hills and being dumb. I wanted it to be a prank. I wanted to be mad at a person. That would have felt good. I kept thinking about that cord looping itself around rocks and branches and then going back underground. I know how much work it is to trench a line, even shallow, even lazy. You get blisters. You leave shovel marks. You leave thrown soil on the sides. There were no shovel marks. The ground wasn't turned over in any way that said, "Hurry up, job." It looked like it had been there long enough for the skin of the earth to settle back around it, but the sun on the exposed parts hadn't bleached the cord in that cracked way yet. Not brand new, not old. Wrong. I still have that little wall cube. It lives in the same side pocket. Every time I use it now, the little green light glowing next to my bed or in an airport, I get a jolt of that ravine in my throat. I thought about going back, but I also know I probably won't. It's not the fear that something will happen out there. It's the fear that it will be gone, and I'll never be sure if I made it bigger in my head or worse, that it will still be there and be as normal and functioning as a kitchen outlet. And I'll be the one who can't absorb that into the part of my brain that likes my life neat. I know this doesn't have a rhyme and reason ending. We didn't see a person step out from behind a tree and laugh at us. Nobody jumped out with a camera. The desk didn't burst into flames. There was no generator revealed at the last second to let us roll our eyes at ourselves. The air didn't shift cold and announce anything. We found a desk with a live outlet in the middle of woods where there is nothing for a long walk in any direction. We plugged in a radio. It worked exactly like it would in a house, and then we left. The strangest part was how the fear didn't rise and fall. It didn't escalate. It just sat there, solid. And then, when we turned our backs, it stopped like someone pulled the plug. I still don't have the reason. Story 6. I was 11 the summer this happened, at my family's place in rural Pennsylvania. It's not a farm anymore, not really. It's a big chunk of hillside and field with a creek at the bottom and an old cabin that everyone argues about tearing down every couple of years. We used to get together there a lot. The adults cooked and talked. We ran around until someone cried or someone threw up, and then we'd all end up around a fire acting tougher than we were. That night felt normal from the start. Hot all day, then it dropped quick after the sun went down, the way it does up there. The grass had that wet feeling on top from dew, and you could smell the creek even before you could hear it. We dragged a couple of old benches around the fire ring that's always a little lopsided, and the light from the flames made those long shadows that moved just enough to mess with your head. We played manhunt around the top of the hill where the cabin sits. If you've never played it, think hide and seek but meaner. One person hides, everyone else hunts. And if you find them, they can tag you and then you're it. Most of the fun is creeping on your own family even though you love them. My crew that night was me, Lewis, Francis and cousin Charlie. Uncle Josh took it on himself to keep the adults entertained by popping out from behind stuff, just to hear us scream, which I think he enjoys too much for a grown man. I remember checking my little flashlight while we stood by the fire. It was one of those cheap ones with the sliding focus that never really focused. Lewis had a better one, and I tried not to be jealous. And Francis, in classic Francis fashion, swore they didn't need a light at all. Charlie had a headlamp that made him look like he was going to fix a sink. We made rules, like we always did. Don't go past the second apple tree line, don't go down to the creek, don't go into the cabin because nobody wants tetanus. It sounds strict when I write it, but it's just the usual to keep us out of the kind of trouble that ends in stitches. We started a little after 9 o'clock. The moon was thin, not much help. Fireflies were out along the edge of the field. The ridge above the cabin makes a dark wall once the fire is behind you. We spread out. I remember being excited in that way where your heartbeat climbs into your throat just because you're about to run in the dark. Uncle Josh counted real slow on purpose to build tension, and then we were off. 5 minutes in, I saw it. The first thing that was wrong. Lewis took off along the tree line, cutting toward the shadow of the old tractor path. I was 20 feet behind him, off to his left, so I could angle across and cut him off like you do when you want to be clever. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught somebody running on the other side of him, keeping pace. It wasn't the kind of flicker you get when a branch swings. It was a solid shape. I remember seeing an arm pump, a knee, the silhouette of a head. We were close enough that I could hear 2 sets of footsteps plus mine, Lewis's heavier shoe slap, and another, lighter, faster. I figured it was Francis, who moves like a rabbit, using the dark like a shield to get the drop. I cut around the back of Lewis to catch whoever it was and tagged them. My eyes adjusted just enough to grab the shape and then... nothing. There was no one there. No crunch of leaves leading deeper in, no breathing, no movement. It was me, Lewis, and the dark. I told myself it was just the way the shadows were throwing off my depth perception. I don't have night vision. Your brain says there's a person and there isn't. Fine. We ran a lap and then drifted back to the fire because that's what you do when you're a kid with more adrenaline than sense. The adults were laughing about nothing important. The fire cracked. A moth banged itself into a headlamp. Normal. Then we saw the second thing. At the edge of the clearing, just past where the firelight stops making sense, a shape stood. You can say figure or outline, but it was a person shape. Tall enough to be an adult, not holding a flashlight, not part of our group, not the way they stood, just outside the light line. Every time the flames flared, I could see the hint of an elbow, the turn of a shoulder. You know the way light slides around rounded things? It did that around this. Uncle Josh raised his big flashlight and swung the beam toward the edge, and the second the beam brushed it, it slid back into the tree line like it had never been there. Clean, no branch crack, no catching on briars, just gone. He called out once in that casual way you do when you think a neighbor might be messing with you. Nothing answered. The adults decided we should split the group and walk the perimeter. It didn't feel like full panic. It felt like responsible adults telling themselves they were going to handle a kid-shaped problem. I ended up with Lewis, because of course I did. We cut left along the old line of pines, moving one step at a time, not pointing our lights directly ahead because you learn that throws your vision. Francis and Charlie went right with Uncle Josh, circling wide so we could trap whoever was trying to be funny. The ground under the pines has that thick blanket of needles that turns real quiet unless you hit a stick just wrong. We moved slow. The heat from the fire faded fast, and the air out near the trees had that cold, damp feel that comes up off a hill at night. That's when we heard the sound. It wasn't a growl. I want to be clear about that. It was a low, steady hum that weirdly felt like it was coming from the trees themselves. If you've ever stood next to a big transformer, it had a hint of that, but not electric. It was like a throat sound drawn out too long, almost like someone imitating a growl without actually doing one. My stomach went tight the way it does when you've misjudged a step in the dark and your heel hits air for a second. Lewis slowed. I realized my hand on my flashlight had gone slick. We both stopped and listened. The hum got a little louder and then stayed right where it was, not moving toward us, not moving away. It felt wrong because wood sounds either move or they stop. This one held like a note. Up ahead, not more than 10 yards, a trunk split into 3 close to the ground. In the V of the split, something darker than the dark leaned. I could see a shoulder peeking past, a shape of a head angled low. It could have been a person crouched, could have been a deer at a weird angle, could have been a trick of every root and shadow combined. My thumb had already pushed up on the flashlight switch, ready to flood that spot, when my own body told me not to. I can't explain this part without sounding dramatic. Everything in me said if I aimed my light straight at whatever that was, I would regret seeing the details. I kept the light aimed low and my thumb shaking on the switch, and I didn't move. We stood like that for maybe 30 seconds. Might have been 10. The hum pulsed, not louder, just businesslike, and then it cut off, not faded. Off. The absence felt like when the refrigerator in your kitchen kicks off and you realize it had been on. My ears ached in the silence after. We backed away 2 steps at a time and then took a wide circle back toward the cabin instead of pushing deeper. The cabin on the hill is old. It sits crooked with a porch that slants enough to make a bottle roll. We keep shovels in there and a couple of plastic chairs and some junk that should have been thrown out before I was born. The door swells in summer and sticks and then gives up with a jerk. When we came around the slope and the porch came into view, the door was wide open, which meant someone had gone in earlier and propped it, or the latch didn't catch. The firelight wasn't reaching that far, so the doorway was just a rectangle of dark. We were still a few steps out when the door slammed. Not a slow swing, not the wind catching it and nudging it closed. A hard slap of wood on frame that echoed out into the field and bounced back from the trees. It was so loud in the quiet that my knees actually jumped. The porch rattled. The little line of chimes someone hung years ago clinked once and then went dead. There was no wind. The trees weren't moving. We stood there and watched that door like it was going to open again all by itself. It didn't. Someone yelled toward us from the fire, the tone of voice adults use when they're trying not to let kids hear the fear in it. We jogged back in the uneven half-run you do in the dark, where you don't want to catch your toe on something and face-plant. The adults did the sensible thing. They swept the cabin with lights, top to bottom, floor to rafters. Nothing. They jiggled the handle and made a show of the latch, how it sometimes catches and sometimes doesn't. We all nodded like that explained it because we wanted the explanation. My chest stayed tight. Nobody felt like playing after that. We gathered tight around the fire, the way people do when they pretend to be telling stories, but really they're listening to the dark. Uncle Josh asked aloud if anyone had walked the road earlier, just to double check. Everyone said no. My brain kept trying to inventory everything, how many of us, where people were sitting, the angles shadows made. It was getting late. Somewhere around 11 o'clock, give or take, we finally drifted down the hill to the family house. It's a low, old thing with a metal roof that sings in rain. We left the porch light on like that would do anything bigger than make bugs happy. Inside, it felt warmer because we had bodies and normal noises again. The faucet that drips if you don't crank it all the way, someone flipping through a stack of magazine clippings no one will throw away, the normal creaks wood makes when temperature shifts. We should have settled. We didn't. We heard footsteps on the roof. Step is the only word I have. Not acorns, not branches. Steps, heel to, heavy enough that you could feel a hint of it through the ceiling, crossing from the far side over the living room to the middle, then toward the peak. The sound of it made my mouth go dry. Everyone went still. There wasn't a spoken, "Do you hear that?" but it went through all of us anyway. The dogs under the porch, who bark at everything including their own farts, went quiet so fast it made the hair on my arms stand up. The steps stopped at the very top ridge, right above where we were sitting. Nothing for a breath that felt like a minute. Then we saw it. A shadow through the front window. Something dropping from the highest point of the roof to the ground outside, the way a person would if they slid to the edge and jumped down. We didn't see a face, we didn't see clothes. Moving shape, one piece, from roof to yard, then gone, running toward the creek. The motion carried like someone who had done that before and knew where their feet should go. We heard two dull thuds out in the yard, and then a string of smaller sounds like feet hitting patchy grass, and then the soft hiss of the creek, louder than it was a moment before, like the night had bent sound to let that detail through. A few of the adults moved to the porch. Nobody wanted to fling the door wide open and run into the yard like a horror movie. We stepped out slow. The porch light made a pale cone that ends right where your comfort ends. The yard looked like it always looks. Gravel drive, two plastic chairs, the swing that clangs if you push it. But it felt like the world was holding its breath. Uncle Josh played the beam of his big flashlight across the grass toward the path that drops down toward the water. The grass there is thin, and you rarely get good prints, but we all stared anyway like we were going to catch shoe tread burned into it. Nothing. If there were tracks, they were as light as the rest of the night had been heavy. We stood listening. The creek made its normal noise, water slipping over rocks and little falls, catching on the edge of logs. Farther off, a tired truck passed on the road to town, and the sound faded into the trees. No steps now, no door slams, no humming in the woods. It was like someone had shut a lid on whatever we'd stirred up, and all that was left was our breathing, and the blank look we all get when we know we have to go to bed, but no one wants to move first. I don't know how we ended that night exactly. I know I was sent to the guest room with a cousin, and I lay there staring at the ceiling trying to make shapes out of the faint grey lines of board seams, listening for anything that meant something was back on the roof. Every creak made me jump. I heard feet in the hallway around 2 in the morning, just normal bathroom feet. I heard the water run. I stared at the window and watched it stay just a darker rectangle until the edges started to soften toward morning. If I slept, it wasn't deep. In the early light, the world did its usual trick, where it pretends nothing weird happened. Coffee made the house smell like sanity. The yard looked dumb and normal. The cabin up the hill looked like it always does. Crooked, stubborn. We walked the perimeter with that "we're just checking" attitude, and still, every little thing felt weighted, like when you put on a wet shirt. Down by the creek, in the neighbor's pasture just beyond our line, we found a cow that had been hurt bad. I'm not going to write a bunch of details. It was wrong. It wasn't normal bloat, and it didn't look like coyotes had a feast. It looked deliberate. There weren't prints that told a story. The adults went quiet in a way I had only heard when the grown-up world crashes into the kid world. Calls were made. Voices got tight. Ranch stuff that is not my business happened. What I can tell you is this. By that afternoon, Uncle Josh had the old tractor hooked to the corner of that cabin. He never announced anything, he just did it. Like a decision, had been sitting there half-made for years, and last night shoved it across the line. A chain groaned, wood popped and screamed, and in a couple of pulls the porch came off like a scab. By evening it wasn't a cabin anymore, it was a pile. That hill looked naked without it, and somehow worse. I didn't go up there again at night after that. I know how that makes me sound. I've done plenty of dumb things in my life, but that hill after dark just turned into a hard no that lives in my bones. Years have gone by. I can still feel the texture of the pines under my boots and the exact point where my thumb hovered over my flashlight switch and refused. I can still hear the odd fake-sounding hum that sat in the trees and then cut off like it realized we were listening. I can still picture the black square of the cabin door and how it slammed without wind, without anyone touching it. And I can still see the shape dropping from the peak of the roof to the yard and running low toward the creek. And then, nothing. No last noise, no proof. It just ended. It stopped in the middle of everything, like someone lifted the needle off a record, and I don't have the reason. Story 7. I thought I was just going to get a quick overnight in, shake out my legs, sleep by water, and head home before lunch. The White Mountains do that to me. When I've got too many tabs open in my brain, I go up there. You can hear your own thoughts again once the cell signal drops. That day started normal. I parked along a pull-off off the Cank, checked the signboard for any bear notices, saw the usual store food properly warnings, and shouldered my pack around 2 in the afternoon. The air had that clear, piney smell that kind of stings your nose, and the wind was just enough to keep black flies from chewing my ears off. I had a simple plan. Hike a couple miles in to a spot I liked near a brook, cook something dumb like instant noodles, crash, and hike out at first light. It was late in the season enough that the crowds had thinned. I passed a couple heading out, someday hikers doing their last mile with tired smiles, and then it was just me. The trail was a good mix of roots and rock, the usual White Mountains ankle traps. I had plenty of water, a small first aid kit I've had forever, the kind with a couple gauze rolls I always carry and never use, bear spray clipped to the strap, headlamp, map, all the basics. I'd seen the bear warnings before. I've had a black bear push into camp for a sniff in other places, and you clap, you yell, it lumbers off and you feel big. I wasn't thinking about bears more than usual. By the time I got near the spot I had in mind, the light was leaning toward evening. The sun throws weird strips through the trees up there right before it goes. I stepped off the trail onto a side path that drops down to a flat near the water. The brook makes a constant hiss over rocks that turns into a wall of sound where you have to lean in to hear anything else. That sound is comforting until it isn't. Halfway down, I smelled something I don't usually smell with a brook nearby. The sharp, metallic bite of blood. Not a lot, just a thread of it. I stopped and listened. The wind ran through the firs above me, and the brook murmured like always, but something about the ground noise felt muffled, the kind of quiet you get when an animal has been through and everything else is taking a second to decide if it's safe to go back to normal. At the bottom, where the trees thin, I saw ripped nylon before I saw anything else. It took my brain a beat to make sense. The tent looked like somebody had taken 4 claws and raked them straight down, twice. Poles were snapped and bent like wet spaghetti. The rainfly had been peeled back and tossed aside. A sleeping bag was half out of the tent, stuffing spilling like white grass. The little fabric loops that anchor to stakes were torn, stakes tossed. A small backpack was ripped open, food wrappers bleached soft by washing in the brook, hung in the bushes like strips of skin. The pot was upside down beside the rocks, a little dent in it like something had stepped on it. An aluminum flashlight lay in the churned dirt near the door. I picked it up without thinking and hit the button. Nothing. I twisted the cap and a dead battery rolled out and fell in the dirt near my shoe. Then I heard it. A sound that wasn't the brook. A low, shaky sound like a breath that can't decide if it's staying in or leaving. I circled the tent and saw a person on the far side, half in the shade from a cedar, half in the open. He was on his side, knees curled a little, arms pressed to his chest like he was trying to be smaller than the pain. His shirt, what was left of it, was stuck to his shoulder and back. There were 4 deep cuts along his side, spaced too evenly to be anything but claw marks. Not gore all over, just bad, clean lines that oozed and pulsed if he moved even a little. His face had that set look people get when they're trying not to pass out. He saw me, and his eyes flared and went wet, and he tried to push himself up and couldn't. He didn't scream, he just kept making that thin sound that sits between a moan and a breath. Every instinct I had went white. The first thought that pulled into focus was that the thing that did this might still be close. My eyes scanned automatically. The ground around the tent was a mess of prints and torn earth and flattened ferns. Some of the prints were mine. Most weren't. Black bear prints are just big, heavy ovals with toes ahead of them and a pad behind. And it looked like a kid had stomped with an ink pad all over the sandy patches. The bear had been all over that site. I shouted loud, making my voice the way I've practiced, big and sharp, and then I clapped and did the stupid human thing where you try to make yourself a problem. No movement in the trees, a chickadee somewhere above me yelled back in its little voice. My heart was a drum in my throat. The brook kept talking like nothing mattered. I dropped to my knees by the guy and did the 3 things I've been taught to do first, even if your brain is trying to run for the door. Check breathing. Check for bleeding bad enough to kill. Talk. He was breathing. Shallow. Fast. There was blood, obvious, but not the pump of a severed artery. The cuts were long, deep and dirty, and one of them had the fat layer pulled back in a way that made me swallow hard and look away for a second. I told him I was there. He kept saying bear in this hoarse, tiny voice, and a couple of times he said please. And I told him I heard him, and I was going to help. I know I said that a few times because I was probably saying it to myself as much as to him. I carry a little trauma pad, a roll of gauze, and a pair of nitrile gloves because I'm not a total idiot. My hands shook so bad I dropped one glove in the dirt and then just kept going with one. I opened the trauma pad, pressed it to the worst of the cuts, and put my weight behind my hand, counting in my head to keep myself from lifting it too soon. He sucked in a breath, and his whole body went rigid, and that made me want to pull back, but I didn't. I told him I had to press. He made a noise that I felt in my teeth. I slid the gauze roll under him as much as I could, and wrapped it around to hold the pad in place, tying it off with a clumsy knot. I used the rest of the roll on the second worst cut. The other 2 were bad, but they weren't gouting, and I knew I had to leave something for if things got worse. I took my jacket and shoved it over the ripped sleeping bag, and then over him because he was starting to shiver, even though it was not that cold. Shock. His skin was clammy when my arm brushed his. I told him to keep breathing. I kept my head up and my ears open, and the back of my neck prickled like someone was staring at me from the trees. There was no cell service. I didn't even try to pretend there would be. I tried to think like the maps in my head. The road wasn't far. A forest road, cut just up the ridge. I could run it. I kept talking to him as I made the call in my head. I told him I had to go get help, that I would come back, that I wasn't going to leave him like this without doing something first. I took the empty pot and put it on top of the tent poles because I had a sick thought that if a bear came back while I was gone, maybe it would knock the pot and make noise. I took my headlamp out, even though it wasn't fully dark yet, tucked his dead flashlight under the edge of his pack like I was tidying something up. And I made sure the bear spray was actually on my strap and not buried. I told him again I would be back. He breathed fast once, like that sounded like a lie to him, and then he reached out and his hand gripped my wrist for half a second too hard and then let go. I took dead aim on the path I'd just come down and ran. I'm not a runner. The ground did not care. Roots tried to grab my toes, and rocks popped under my soles, and every crash sounded like a much bigger thing a pace behind me. The brook noise dropped off once I climbed out of the dip, and then it was just my lungs, and the wind in the needles, and a couple of birds yelling like it was none of their business, but they had to comment anyway. My mouth went dry in 30 seconds, and the air felt like it had weight. Every corner I turned, I imagined a large shape moving the same way I was, only smoother. I made noise on purpose, clapping and shouting in bursts, both to warn anything ahead and to keep my brain from collapsing in on itself. When I hit the main trail, something in me wanted to slow down. I didn't. I kept my eyes wide because tunnel vision is the devil. The trail is a tunnel at that hour anyway. The light is weird and it lies to you about distance. I popped out into the pull-off like a drunk leaving a bar too fast. There were 2 cars left, mine and a Subaru with a roof box. A couple were just getting in. I yelled. My voice sounded like I'd sanded it. They froze, then moved toward me with hands up in that, "Hey, we aren't part of your problem" way. I told them a guy was hurt, clawed, tent ripped, bare, those words not in order. The woman grabbed her phone. The man reached into their car and pulled out a big orange first aid kit and a headlamp without looking, like they'd done this before. She had a bar or 2 of service, and she dialed and then switched to speaker, and I heard the flat, calm voice of emergency dispatch. She said where we were. She said White Mountain National Forest, and the road name, and the mile marker she'd actually noticed on the way in, and the trail name, and that there was an injured hiker with cuts from a bear. The voice asked the usual questions, and she answered like she'd been asked them before in some other life. We didn't wait for anyone to arrive before moving. We went back in. I was ahead, because I could run without looking for the landmarks. My legs felt like someone else's. The man had a can of bear spray too, and he carried it in front. Safety off. We did that ridiculous human thing where we yelled, "Hey, bear," over and over, which sounds dumb until you're the one needing it. And then you cling to it because it feels like the noise builds a bubble. I was sure we'd get back, and there would be nothing where I'd left him, just ripped tent and red-brown on rock, because that's how my brain works. He was there. He was shaking hard under my jacket. He had his eyes closed, and when we stepped up he flinched and then opened them, and you could see the "I am still here" happen in the center of his face. I wanted to cry, and that made me mad at myself because there was work to do. We added pressure with more pads from the big orange kit. We wrapped what we could wrap without making it worse. The man from the Subaru gave me a space blanket and I tucked it under and over, making a crinkly burrito out of a human being without thinking about how insane that sentence would have sounded to me an hour before. We kept talking to him. I asked him questions with short answers, not because I needed a biography, but because I'd seen a diagram once that said, "Do this to keep people conscious." He got quiet and then answered, and then got quiet again. His skin went from clammy to just cold. I thought about the stupid dead flashlight again for no reason. When help did show up, it showed up like this always does, a lot at once. Radios, headlamps, those calm voices that belong to people who do this more than once a year, fish and game, volunteers, big backpacks with buckles on buckles, a soft litter that unfolded like a bug. A collar went on his neck even though I hadn't seen a head injury. Tape ripped in clean, efficient strips. That plastic sound of medical stuff being opened. The smell of antiseptic right up against the pine and river smell was jarring. They asked what happened. I said what I saw. I said bear and tent ripped and claw marks and no cell service and ran to the road. 20 minutes felt like an hour and a second. They strapped him down and lifted. Everyone moved like they were in a well-practiced dance, around rocks and roots and downed branches. I went behind because I couldn't make myself just stay out of the way. The man from the Subaru figured out how to move with the group too, short steps, letting the litter carriers set the rhythm. We made it to the trailhead, and the night got that weirdly bright look it gets when someone spins up a light on a truck. I stood there with my hands out in front of me, and I watched them load him, and I realized my gloves were still on. My wrists had dried, blood smudged to the creases, and there was a line of it under one fingernail, and when I tried to clean it off with sanitizer, it stung like I was made of paper. Someone told me to drink water. I did. It sloshed around my empty stomach and threatened to come back up. I couldn't get my fingers to stop shaking for a while. The woman from the Subaru handed me her extra hoodie, and I put it on without thinking, my brain grateful for the dumb comfort of soft fabric and sleeves. Much later, when the runner's high of adrenaline crashed and we were all just bodies with thoughts again, one of the rangers told me the guy had been able to say enough in the ambulance to give a picture. What I'd imagined wasn't even dramatic. He had hung his food bag from a line strung over his tent because the branch line was convenient and he was tired. It was low. He figured the bag being off the ground was good enough and he'd deal with a better hang after he rested. It wasn't. A black bear came in, sniffed the bag, stood up and tried to grab it. It used his tent as footing to reach. He woke up to wait, not a paw on the fabric in a cute way. 4 paws pressing down on him in search of height. The mass of that animal settling on his ribs and hips through nylon and poles. Claws through material. 4 lines like an awful doodle across skin. It didn't maul him in the TV sense. It didn't try to kill him. It was focused on the bag. It was just heavy and had the tools to break what was in the way. It tore the tent to pieces because the tent was between it and food. He moved, it panicked, it pushed off, probably slid, ripped his skin with it, and bolted when the tent collapsed and something banged. He sprayed after the fact. The can was empty when I arrived, the tab gone. The orange safety on the ground in the dirt next to his torn pack. I hadn't noticed that detail until the ranger said it. Then I saw the orange and it all lined up and made me feel stupid for not seeing everything at once. They said he would live. He had deep cuts. He had a story nobody wants. He told someone on the ride that he was done. City life suddenly looked like the best idea anyone ever had. I can't blame him. The phrase 4 paws hit me harder than anything. It's one thing to see tracks. It's another to picture the animal's weight across your entire body, compressing you because you put food above your shelter by a couple feet and thought that would hold. I drove home way too late that night. The trees along the road looked exactly the same as always and not at all. My hands didn't stop shaking until I hit the highway. When I got home, I pulled my kit out and refilled the gauze and sat on the floor and stared at the little items like they could make a force field. The next time I hung food, I checked the branch and then checked again and then checked above my head one more time like a lunatic, and I don't care how neurotic it looked. I used a bear can when I could after that, even if it meant carrying extra weight. I look up before I breathe. There's no neat bow on this. The tent was shredded. A flashlight was dead and useless. A person I didn't know was under my jacket on the ground saying one word. We did what we could. People who knew what they were doing did the rest. The image that keeps replaying is nothing supernatural. It's the blank, heavy presence of something alive and normal, stepping down on someone's chest because of a mistake. And then it was over. No roar, no chase, just a ripped tent, a pile of gear, and marks in a straight line where a big animal left, and a lot of quiet that came back all at once, like someone turned the volume back up on the world. I still don't know how to put that feeling anywhere. It just stops there every time and leaves me with my hands on that gauze and the weight I didn't feel pressing down on someone else. Story 8. I'm not new to trails, but snow changes the math. I'm from Eagle Pass, so winter for me usually means brown grass and wind, not a cold white tunnel where every sound hangs in the air. That day we went out anyway, just to get quiet together and walk until the noise in our heads wore off. We were a few states away, visiting family earlier in the week, and we grabbed a free day to hit a popular loop the ranger had said would be packed in summer, but basically empty with snow on it. He was right about that part. The lot had maybe 2 cars when we pulled in around 10 in the morning. A sedan crusted over with road salt and an old pickup with snow stacked like icing on the bed rails. The trail sign had the usual warnings: avalanche risk beyond the saddle, carry traction, bring layers, tell someone where you're going. I snapped a photo of the map out of habit. There was no service. The wind pushed fine grains of snow along the surface in little snakes. We put on microspikes, pulled gaiters over our boots, adjusted our packs. I had a small first aid kit, a foil blanket, snacks and water tucked inside my jacket so it wouldn't freeze. I didn't have anything I'd call a weapon. At the time, I thought bear spray in the desert was overkill. In snow, it didn't even cross my mind. That decision sticks with me now. We started up the trail and fell into that steady winter pace. You hear the crunch of your own steps and the odd crack from trees when the cold squeezes them. Cedar and pine shut the sound down on either side, and the sky narrowed into a strip. The trail had been packed by a few people earlier in the week and then dusted with a fresh inch or two overnight. No fresh prints in front of us. Behind us, our tracks lined up neat as stitching. We didn't see anyone all morning. That was the nice part, to just walk beside the person I married and not talk, then talk a little, then not. The trail rose and turned through a stand of older cedars where the trunks were big enough that kids could play hide and seek behind them in summer. The light in there was blue. Around midday, we stopped at a log to eat. It looked like any other tree until you put a hand on it and felt the cold go through your glove. We didn't sit long because sweat is a trap in winter. Granola bar, a swallow of water, a glance at the map on my phone even though it was silly with no signal, then we got moving again. The breath plumes from our mouths floated lazy in front of us and then got torn sideways by little gusts. We'd been alone for hours. That's important. In summer, that same trail would be a line of chatter and dogs. That day, the silence had weight. Maybe half an hour after we started again, in that thick part of the cedar grove, where smells sit close to the ground and your boot squeaks on packed snow, a man stepped out from behind a tree like he'd been pressed there waiting for us. I saw him in pieces first, a darker shape against dark bark, then the sharp line of a shoulder against snow, then the whole human angle of a person. He came straight at us, not fast, but with that decision people get when they've already chosen their next move and they're just closing distance. He had his hands deep in the pockets of his jacket, elbows pinned to his sides. His hood was down, his hat was pulled low. His face was red from cold and sweat. His breath came out hard enough that it sounded like someone blowing dust off a surface. The kind of heavy breathing you hear when someone ran to catch you or stop you. I told myself quick, practical things. Maybe he was lost and relieved to see us. Maybe he needed help. Then I caught his eyes and my stomach fell like I'd missed a step. He wasn't looking at us the way lost people look. He scanned around and past us first. The tree line, the bends in the trail, up trail, down trail, like he was making sure nothing else was moving. It was a sweep for witnesses. That's not me being dramatic. It was obvious. The way someone looks over both shoulders before they do something they don't want someone else to see. He started with small talk I couldn't fully process. The tone was wrong. The words didn't matter. It was like he was putting sound into the air just to hold us in place. My chest tightened. Chest. My wife stepped half a step closer to me in that automatic, quiet way we do when something moves that our brains haven't labeled safe. I had one trekking pole in my left hand, and I moved it forward like I was just adjusting my grip. He kept one hand in his pocket, the other hand shifted, and I saw the fabric bulge in a way that wasn't wallet-shaped. I don't claim to be an expert at reading people, but I've put keys and phones in my own pockets enough to know when something has a flat, squared edge. He turned his wrist just enough that the outline printed through the fabric. It looked like the butt of a small handgun hung up on the lip of his jacket interior. The motion wasn't him reaching for a snack. It was the start of a drawer that wasn't working. The pocket opening had snagged, or his glove had, or the elastic had rolled, or something simple was stopping it. The tiny microsecond fight with fabric. My insides went cold from throat to belly. He realized I was watching his hand. His jaw clicked. Then he pivoted like the world had resumed normal. He kept up the meaningless chirp in a cheerful, older neighbor kind of voice. that didn't match the way sweat shined at his hairline or the hard pulse in his neck. That mismatch is what made it worse. You can feel when someone is fronting. The surface is friendly, the body underneath is coiled. I want to be clear. He didn't wave a gun in our faces. He didn't say anything dramatic. He didn't scream or threaten. He stood too close. He breathed like he'd been running. He looked everywhere we weren't before he looked at us. He turned his right wrist inside his pocket like he was working something free. He let his eyes flick to the trail behind us and then to the side into the trees, as if checking angles. He asked dumb questions you ask on trails when you're just being human. How far we'd gone, any views left, if it was slick at the switchback, and the words landed like pellets, not like conversation. My wife had one glove off to eat earlier, and she took her bare hand and slipped it back into her pocket. I knew that meant her pepper spray was in there. It made me feel both better and worse. We didn't stop moving. We did that small dance where everyone shuffles to one side of a trail to let someone pass. But he didn't pass. He mirrored our shift and stayed in our space. He tried to guide us with his body angle into a little widening off the main path where a tree had fallen, and the snow made a small dip. It would have put us lower than him, with a trunk at our backs. I felt my thigh muscles twitch like they wanted to run. I kept my voice flat and light, said a nothing sentence about the snow being deeper ahead, like an excuse to keep our feet going forward, and we started to creep one step at a time. He adjusted with us, still not stepping in to pass. It was so small a thing, but his feet kept adapting to keep us paused. That stuck out later in my mind. The intention was steady. He tried the pocket again while he talked. I watched the jacket shift and the way he used his knuckles to clear something from the edge. The movement stopped halfway. He let his left hand melt deeper into the other pocket like he was cold. His eyes cut past me again. I caught a smell in that moment too, a weird mix of old cigarette smoke and something oily like gun oil or machine oil. I can't swear it wasn't my brain adding details to justify my fear. But it was there, and it made my mouth go dry in one inhale. We backed out of the little hollow before we were in it. My wife took one careful step to the side and put me slightly between him and her. That wasn't a conversation we had. That was marriage and instinct doing it for us. My trekking pole clicked on an ice patch, and I wanted to curse how loud it sounded. He smiled. It didn't get to his eyes. He asked another fake normal thing, and then turned his head to look at something down trail. Maybe a bird, maybe nothing. It was barely a glance. His attention broke for 1 second. That was the gap we needed. We moved, we didn't run. Running on snow with spikes means you'll eat it and then you're on the ground. We accelerated into that hike run you do when you're late, but you're pretending you aren't. He must have known. He didn't call out. He didn't step in front of us physically. I didn't hear him follow. That should have calmed me. It didn't. My back prickled the whole way like there was a heat source on it. I kept my head on a swivel without making it obvious. My wife's breathing went tight and fast. We didn't talk. Our tracks were there and there and there, and I wanted to step in them because flat spots felt safer. But every time my foot hit one, my body chose a slightly different place because my stride was longer now and my legs were shaking. I looked back once when we got to a long, straight stretch. The cedar trunks boxed the trail into a hallway of brown and shadow. I scanned for a dark movement. I saw nothing. I saw our 2 sets of prints and a third line that wasn't ours. The third track had a stride that said he was taller than me and a weight that bit deeper into the snow. Fresh, on top of ours before the turn, on top of his own older set coming in from the opposite direction, I guess. Then they just ended where he had stepped off his own line to come toward us. I tried to read them like a detective in a show. It wasn't helpful. Snow keeps the shape until it doesn't. 10 more minutes and wind erases everybody. I didn't want to look at my watch, but time stretched. The distance back to the lot felt like 3 times the distance going out. Every small ditch we had stepped over on the way up turned into a hazard. My spikes caught once, and I flailed my arms to keep from pitching forward. I listened for that heavy breath behind us. Nothing. The quiet felt hung with needles. Twice I caught scents I couldn't place. Old wood, cold metal, probably just the way cedar holds smells. Every blue shadow looked like fabric. I alternated between imagining him ahead of us and imagining him behind us, and I hated that both thoughts felt possible. When the trees finally started to thin and the light let itself back into the world, my chest opened a little. The lot came into view like a flat white plate. The sedan was gone. The old pickup was still there with its weird frosting. Our car sat alone in a corner. I didn't see anyone. No one moved near the trail kiosk. No one walked across the road. I scanned for tracks near the lot and saw our meandering prints from the morning and a mess where someone had done donuts before the last storm and nothing else. The normalcy of it made my hands shake harder. We didn't mess around. Packs off, poles thrown into the back seat without collapsing them. Spikes scraped with a gloved hand so they wouldn't rust, then tossed into a bag. Sloppy. I got into the driver's seat with my jacket halfway unzipped and realized I'd been clenching my jaw so hard my temples hurt. The car's heater fan sounded like a waterfall. I locked the doors without being cool about it. My wife was already pulling her phone out to try for a bar as we rolled down the entrance. No service. Of course. We didn't talk until we hit the first pullout a few miles down, where the road widened and a truck with a snowplow blade was parked. The driver was sitting inside with the engine running, staring at nothing. We pulled over behind him and my wife got out and walked to his window. From the way she gestured and the way he nodded, I knew she was giving the quick version. What trail, where guy, pockets off feeling. He picked up his radio and said he would let the ranger know. We didn't stick around to turn it into a scene. There wasn't anything else to add. The weirdest part is the way the fear didn't leave in the usual way. It didn't bleed off. It didn't break into jokes or shaky laughter. It just stopped, the way a generator cuts and the silence hits you like a wall. One highway turn and my shoulders sank for the first time in an hour, and my brain tried to make the whole thing into an overreaction. I hate that part of myself. I can list rationalizations with the best of them. Maybe he was just a weird guy who likes to walk and doesn't know how to talk to people. Maybe what I thought was a gun was a phone in a square case or an old camera, and he was trying to unhook his glove from a zipper. Maybe the scanning was because he was nervous, not calculating. Maybe the smell was oil from his jacket. Maybe. That next night when I lay down to sleep, the scene played in my head on a loop. Not with movie dialogue, with dumb details, the way his shoulder filled his jacket, the way the fabric right at the pocket opening folded as his hand pressed outward. The micro-hesitation, the skin at his nose raw from cold, the heavy breath that fogged and then stretched thin, the way he leaned and tried to gently guide us into that little dip off the trail. That was the piece that sat like a rock in my stomach. He knew that spot. Or he saw it and recognized quickly that it put him up and us down, and he didn't have to think about it. I don't go into the woods without something anymore. That's the truth that came out of it. I'm not trying to play action hero. I'm saying I carry things that make me feel like the balance isn't completely out of my hands. That day, I had trekking poles and a packet of almonds. Since then, I've changed what lives in my pack and how I walk when I'm alone or with my wife. I don't let people sit in our space on a trail without deciding it's okay. I don't let strangers corner us in a low spot. I keep my eyes up, and when my stomach says something is wrong, I don't argue with it to be polite. I keep thinking about how it ended. No chase, no confrontation, no proof wrapped up in a neat bow. He turned his head. We moved. The line across my back that was hot with attention cooled with the car heater. The ranger probably walked the trail a while later and didn't see a soul. If he did, what would he have? Snow, trees, a scuffed spot where we all stood too long? No law against breathing hard in the woods? No crime to fail at getting something out of your pocket? I'm not saying I want a dramatic story. I'm saying it didn't resolve. It just cut off in the middle like somebody lifted the needle off a record. 1 second, there was a man with his hands in his pockets and every motion screaming that something bad was about to happen, and the next, there was empty trail and our footprints heading out, and that's all I've got. I still don't have the reason. Story 9. I grew up in the kind of Ohio that still has dirt under its nails. 2-lane roads, square fields, hedgerows that don't line up perfectly because the creek decided the way the borders would go before people ever did. My dad had a saying he pulled out whenever I got cocky about the woods behind our place. He'd say, "Trees don't walk or talk, but they see and remember." I rolled my eyes at it 100 times. The day I stopped rolling my eyes was a hot one in late summer. The kind where the air sticks to you and the grass cuts your ankles because it's gone stiff. I went down to the creek that afternoon with a little plastic bucket to see if I could catch minnows by the shallow riffle and to check if the blackberries by the old fence line were ripe enough to fill the top. It was around 3 in the afternoon. Cicadas were going full throttle. The field behind our place had been cut a week before, so the stubble poked through the soft grass like a brush cut growing out. There's a faint tractor path that veers off toward the creek, 2 faint lines of compressed weeds with a green stripe down the middle. I walked it without thinking, my hand skimming seed heads that shed onto my fingers. The smell down there is the same every summer: warm mud, sun on leaves, a hint of sour from where deer like to bed and stand up. The creek behind our place isn't big. It's one of those brown-green ribbons with sycamores leaning over it like old men. The sycamore bark peels off in white patches, and as a kid I thought they had psoriasis. The water that day was low. You could see the shelves of rock that usually hide under spring rain, and the flat stones were slick where algae painted them. Water bugs dimpled the surface in neat little V's. I bent down, scooped once or twice just to make the little fish flash sideways, then gave up and sat with my calves in the cold for a minute while sweat ran into my shirt. It was quiet in that way that's full, not empty. Birds doing their thing, leaves tapping each other when the wind found them, a bullfrog sounding off like a rubber band snapping. If you cut along the creek and jump a little side channel, there's an old blackberry run that loves the waste ground near the fence. It's always been there. The posts are crooked like bad teeth. They've got rusted bits of the old woven wire spanning gaps, and wild grape tries to pull the whole thing down every year. The blackberries do what they want. Knee-high in some spots, chest-high in others, long canes arching with the kind of thorns that are smarter than you are. Every summer, we carry scratches that prove we tried for the good ones. I climbed the bank and headed for the blackberries. Slow because chiggers live in that low, damp stuff, and I didn't want to give them an easy ride. The sun hit me square. I could hear flies wherever there was heat on something dead I couldn't see. A red-winged blackbird gave me that annoyed trill from a fence post and then took off low and fast like it had something better to do. I was thinking about the dumb bucket and how maybe I should have brought a knife to cut the canes off my pant legs if they got me, when I noticed movement out past the fence. It was far, maybe 100 yards. A field of blackberries doesn't make clear lines, but something was on the other side. Person-shaped is the only way to say it. Upright, still, in the gap between 2 taller arcs of cane, in that shimmer you get over hot fields where the air goes wavy. I didn't freak out. Around here you see neighbors, teenagers, sometimes hunters who get turned around. My brain put it in that box first. I glanced straight at it. Nothing. The gap was there, the canes were there, the little hawk circling above it was there. No person. I took a few more steps, eyes down to pick my way around briars, and when I glanced to the side again, there it was, but closer. Not right up on me. Just not 100 yards away anymore, in the slice of peripheral where you register there's a person before you have the rest. I stopped and looked full on. Empty, just green and dark shadows, and the clinging clatter of dried canes hitting each other in the little wind that couldn't find me on the ground. Sweat ran down my back in a tickly line and got cold at my waistband. I stood in a circle of thorns and breathed like I do when a deer steps out and stares. You go still, and your eyes do more work than your body. The weird part was that I didn't feel like I needed to run. I was scared. Yes, not panic scared. Alarm pulled thin, like the moment when you wake up and know someone was standing in your doorway, but you didn't actually see anyone. It felt like being watched by something that, if you were dumb and walked at it, would slide back without ever being confronted. I said out loud because I've learned saying things out loud sometimes helps you believe them, that I didn't want the blackberries anymore. It wasn't a dramatic announcement. It was, all right, I'm not fighting this. The look straight. Nothing there thing, and the glance slightly away, there's a shape thing. It kept happening. Each time I let my eyes slide to the edge of where the brambles ended and the field started, my brain pinged that there was someone standing in a slightly different place than the last time. Closer, not as tall, then taller, then angled like a shoulder turned. When I set my eyes on the exact spot, the picture fell apart into leaves and shadow, and the sparkling thread spiders put up between canes that catch the light. This is going to sound woo-woo to somebody, and I swear I'm not a woo-woo person. I felt like whatever it was wanted me to acknowledge it and not approach. Nothing more. I got that message in my bones, the way you get the message from a dog that lifts its lip a centimeter. Back up, and it will be fine. So I backed up, slowly, because I do not make a habit of turning my back on things I can't square. I let the thorns scrape my jeans. I let one catch my knuckle, and I popped it loose, and the pinprick of blood felt weirdly grounding. I stepped out of that patch and into the mowed strip near the fence line, and the minute my boots hit that trimmed grass, the feeling dialed down like a dimmer switch. Not gone, just less. I didn't cut back through the field the way I came because I didn't want one more opportunity to second-guess myself. I took the long way around, following the fence to the old corner where a boulder sits half sunk in the dirt and half in shade, then along the hedgerow that runs behind our house. That boulder has always been our marker for don't take the mower past this point. You can't budge it with 3 grown men and chains. In my head, it's a marker. I've always called it that even though I didn't ever say it out loud. By the time I reached the yard, the cicadas had gotten louder because the day had gotten hotter. Our screen door makes that hollow clack when it shuts, and you can hear it up the lane, and that's where my dad was when I came up. On the steps, elbow on his knee, looking off like he always does when he's thinking without wanting to admit it. He saw me, and I swear he knew. Not a mind-reading thing, a father thing. He tilted his head, not even a question, and I told him what I'd seen in the plainest words I had. I didn't turn it into a ghost story. I said I went down to the creek, I went to the blackberries, and I kept catching someone in the corner of my eye, closer each time I looked away, and when I looked straight, there was nothing to put my finger on. I said that I didn't feel like running, just like leaving. I said I might be losing it because heat and sweat and bugs. He smiled, with that small half-smile he gets when something he's been expecting works out exactly how he said it would. He said, "You saw them too." It wasn't a big moment. He stood up slow the way he always does so his knees don't complain, reached into his pocket and pulled out a little pouch of tobacco. Not cigarettes, loose tobacco. He keeps it for reasons that have nothing to do with smoking. He didn't give me a speech. He didn't lay down rules. He said, "Walk with me," and we did. We went back down the backyard, past the oil stain where the tractor leaks, past the busted rubber boot somebody left upside down on a fence post last winter like a joke. The heat leaned on us. Bees worked the clover like they were too busy to notice humans. We went to the boulder at the edge, the one that splits the yard from the hedgerow, and he took a pinch of tobacco and set it on the flattest part. He patted the rock with 2 fingers like he was thanking a dog. Then he just stood there with me, looking toward the blackberry run without staring at it. "It's respect," he said. "That's the most he gave me. He has a way of saying a thing is the thing and not needing the map to it. The smell of the tobacco hit me, sweet and a little sour, and I had a flash of my grandfather's truck, because that's the only place I'd smelled that particular smell before, in the cloth of an old bench seat. It didn't make me feel better or worse, it just fit. We didn't go back to the blackberries. We didn't test anything. We stood together a minute while the shade from the hedgerow tried to find us and didn't quite get there. Then we walked up to the house. He stopped by the hose and rinsed his hands, the way he always does after handling anything that isn't food or tools. The water ran over his fingers and darkened the dust on the driveway. I watched the line it made, then looked up at the field. The blackberry patch sat in the distance, like a story you tell kids about a thing that once lived there. Nothing moved, no big dramatic shape, no face in the green, just the sense that whatever had been paying attention to me had stopped because I had done the same. I went inside and stood barefoot on the cool kitchen tile and felt like an idiot for being rattled by something that, if I tried to draw it, would look like scribbles. My mom asked if I brought anything back for dessert, and I said no, and she rolled her eyes at me in a way that was exactly like how I used to roll mine at my dad. I washed my hands and saw the little thorn scratch on my knuckle, and I didn't put a band-aid on it, because, honestly, it felt like it belonged to what happened. Later, still the same afternoon, like around 5 or 6 when the sun drops to a lower angle and the house gets that warm gold light on the west side, I walked back out by myself because I wanted to measure how much of what I felt was me and how much was the field. I didn't go to the patch, I went only to the boulder. The tobacco still sat there, dark now, where the leaf had surrendered its oil to the heat. Ants were making an investigation. A wren yelled from inside the hedgerow, like I was way out of line for walking under its home. I stood, and the stillness pressed in just enough that I noticed I was holding my breath. I let it go. I said, "Sorry," under my breath, without meaning to, and then I said, "Thank you," right after, because my dad's voice was in my ear, even though he hadn't told me to say anything. Here's the part that locks the whole thing in my mind. I turned to go back and let my eyes drift across the blackberry run one more time, just a glance, nothing deliberate. And for the briefest slice in that corner of the eye place, I caught what I had caught before. An upright person-shaped not-person, positioned along the rusted fence wire where the canes thinned, a little nearer than it should have been from the last time, like we had been having a slow walk toward each other without moving at all. Not threatening, not friend, not animal, just there. The second I tried to square it with the center of my vision, the picture collapsed into leaves and light. Cicadas soared at the same beat. A truck down the road ground gears and kept going. The kitchen window squeaked as somebody pushed it open. Everything mundane returned with both feet. I didn't say anything dramatic to the field. I don't have a better way to end this than the way it happened. My dad has his way, and I have mine. We put a small offering on a rock, because that's what he knew to do, and what I could live with. I didn't pick blackberries that day. I didn't get minnows. I stood under a sky that felt too wide, and walked back into a house that felt too small, and pretended to eat dinner like the knot in my stomach wasn't there. People can take this however they want. Heat, shimmer, light, focus, and peripheral magic. A tired brain making faces where there weren't any. I've tried all the explanations on like shoes, and none of them fit right enough to let me forget it. I was not threatened. That's the strangest piece of all. It wasn't danger in the teeth and claw sense. It was the feeling of being seen and weighed, and then allowed to leave. That whole day sits in one piece in my head, the stubble making my calves itch, the way my bucket handle dug into my fingers for no reason since it was empty, the sycamore skin peeling in flakes, the fly buzz in the heat, the red wing's shoulder patch flashing, the shape in the corner of my eye closer each time I checked the wrong way, the boulder, the pinch of tobacco on it, the tiny pat of my dad's hand like he was thanking a friend he'd known longer than me. and then it all just stopped. Not like we solved something, not like we scared anything off. It just quit in the middle of a breath, the way you close your eyes and open them and the room feels different for a second. I stood there with that nothing filling the spot where the watching had been, and I don't have the reason. Story 10. I grew up thinking Alaska was just big and quiet in a way that puts your head right. I went up there with my grandpa a handful of times when I was still young enough to carry more excitement than sense, and every trip had its own weird little thing that made it stick. The day I keep turning over in my head started like any other fishing day and then refused to return to normal. We were up before the light got real. That early morning cold in Alaska is different. It slides into your sleeves and up your back no matter how well you layer. Coffee steam smells better in that kind of air. My grandpa was the kind of person who didn't say much before his first cup. We checked our gear the way you do without thinking. Rods, tackle, stove, the little blue pot with soot on its bottom, a bear can that felt like overkill at the time, a handsaw, a small hatchet, a couple of tarps, and a tarp pole that clacked when you bumped it. He had a habit of patting his pockets top to bottom before we left a place. Double check for the folding knife he'd carried since before I was born. I copy that habit now without realizing it. That morning, we loaded the old truck, cabs full of so many layers you end up half sitting on a jacket. We drove out of town while it was still not really day. The sky in Alaska takes its time deciding. Light comes in thin, and then 1 second the whole place is blue and green and wet, and you realize the world has edges again. We turned off onto a road that turned into a not road and then into something the truck could only pretend to handle. The kind of route that makes your teeth knock and your stomach call you names. After a while, when everything in the bed had been rearranged by vibration and your shoulders were tight from bracing, we parked at a small pull-off where the brush had given up from being run over too many times. We walked the last stretch. The sound of water got into our ears and stayed there. Even when a river or a creek is out of sight, that sound makes a line through your brain. If there's one thing I remember about stepping into that stretch, it's the smell. Spruce pitch, wet moss, something sour from where a new cut of water had eaten soil and left it open. Under that, there was the clean, cold smell that comes up from snow, even when snow isn't in sight. Mosquitoes were there, of course, but the wind kept them in a bad mood, and they didn't pick up much. The first odd thing was the trees. 2 pines, side by side, had broken in opposing directions and leaned into each other, making an arch over a game trail that led toward the river. Not a little arch. The kind of thing that makes your brain call it a doorway. It looked like someone had taken the trunks and set them up on purpose to make you notice. The break was old enough that the sap had stopped shining and gone dull, but the needles were still a tired green. We walked under it without talking about it beyond a look. I put a hand up and touched the wood, just because it felt like a thing you should do, like tapping a sign before a game. It wasn't spooky then, just strange enough to comment on later, over a pan of trout. We set up camp on a little flat above the river, with a view between alders to where the water bent around a bar of rounded stones. My grandpa's way of camping is clean and boring in the best way. Pick a place with a sight line, no widowmakers overhead, hang a line high between 2 stout trees, get the bear can and cooking stuff on the far side of camp away from where you'll sleep. Dig a shallow pit for a fire, but don't be a pyro about it, and clear the brush so you aren't sleeping on nickels and marbles. You keep saying to yourself, make tomorrow easier with every move. We fished until our fingers ran out of warmth and our stomachs said to quit. That river has a way of taking your attention so completely that you forget you own a back and a pair of knees. The light slid toward evening, in that long, slow way the north does when it feels like showing off. We ate like people who had worked and carried that relaxed slump in our bodies that makes even a thin pad feel like a mattress. I remember my grandpa fiddling with his old knife, cleaning dirt out of the hinge, setting it on the stump beside him, then getting up to kick dirt over the last coals. He patted his pockets and made a small frown. I didn't think anything of it. Pocket knives go missing. They turn up under a pot, inside a boot, in a pocket you forgot you had. He shrugged it off, said we'd find it in the morning, and we turned in. I don't sleep well the first night anywhere. My brain needs to catalogue the new noises. There's always some flap of tarp that finds the right rhythm to convince you a person is walking toward you a step at a time, and then reveal itself as a loose guy line. In the middle of the night, maybe an hour past the time the last small yips of foxes had gone quiet, we heard a scream. It came from upstream, high and thin, a sound I might have called a lynx if I had to guess. But it went on too long and had this strange echo to it, like there were two tones stuck together that didn't like each other. It wasn't a person. I want to be clear about that. It didn't have the pleading in it. It ran right through me and set up shop in the back of my neck. The hair there did that old trick, and I thought of the two pines behind us making that dark arch over the trail. The night went very still after. I could hear my own breath and the old man's, and then the river came back into focus, like it had ducked to let the sound pass. We said nothing and did nothing. What do you do? The answer is not to stomp around in the dark pretending you're going to solve the woods. We lay there, awake, and morning took a year to show up. When the light finally got into camp, the place felt different in a way I can't explain without sounding dramatic. Something had moved through. It wasn't a bear that I could tell. I have seen what a bear does to a camp. There are tracks. There is a shape to the mess. This was a careful kind of messy. Our fry pan, which had been left upside down to drip dry on a flat rock, was flipped and set on its side. The little blue pot had been moved, not knocked. The bear can was on its side, scuffed like someone had tried to play soccer with it, but only once. My fly rod tube had rolled a few feet and had a thin smear of mud on it that didn't match anything else. The fire pit had ash streaked out in one neat line, like a hand had dragged through it. It was the kind of scene that makes you start sentences with "that's odd" and not know how to finish them. We picked up and put back and didn't try to make a story out of it. Grandpa looked again for his knife and didn't find it. He did that pocket pat again and shook his head, looked under the stump with a stick, and let it go the way you let go of something you don't want to feel haunted about. We hung our food high, higher than before, just because it felt like the right move, then rigged rods and walked down river a bit to fish the bend. The day warmed, and the cold that lived in my hands finally left. There is a point when your brain stops looking for a reason to go back to camp and accepts that this is where you are. That point had just settled when the sound came again. Not the same scream. This one was closer to us. Not close enough to make you hit the dirt, but not far. It was higher and shorter, a call that ended with a little tongue on the last note. Another lined up behind us, above the bank where alders thickened, answering but lower, like two people in different rooms trying to calibrate a radio. The first thing I did was look at my grandpa. The second thing I did was look at the ground, because I didn't want to trip if we had to move. We stood there like idiots with lines in the water and listened to the woods talk in a way they do not for free. Up the bank on the other side, just in the gap between two spruce, I saw something rise and dip, a head, not antlered, not with ear points I could make sense of, just a rounded shape that caught the light on one side and then slid down. It had a greyish look to it, not bare black. The scale was wrong. A bear head that far would have read different to my eye. I have spent enough time staring through brush to know when I'm forcing the wrong animal onto a shape. This was a head. A person head would have had shoulders. This didn't. It was just that crown up and down, like someone taking a careful peek and then ducking. Then the world threw a rock. I say it like that because that's how it felt. A big stone hit the ground 5 or 6 long steps in front of us, heavy enough that the thud traveled up into my knees. It didn't tumble in from the river or roll down from the sky. It came from uphill, over the lip, as if it had been pushed and guided and then let go. I want to say it bounced twice and settled, but in my memory it simply landed and stopped with a dull final sound that shut my mouth without me realizing I had opened it. The calls had gone silent. In the same instant the stone appeared, like whatever had been making sound was now doing something with its hands. There was no time to agree on anything. We moved. My legs made the decision before my head. We didn't scream and flail out of there like you see in bad TV. We turned and went, fast enough to stretch breath and make our packs thump, and the whole slope answered with small noises as our feet and poles and instincts argued over what mattered. The river stayed on our left and the alders on our right, and we aimed for the clear path back up the hill toward the truck and away from the bend. Behind us, way behind us, and also not behind us at all, the sounds started again. Not the thin scream this time, a whoop long and clean and loud enough to carry, then another closer to where we had been a minute before, then something like a wordless call tossed underhand between two distant points. It made my insides do that sick roll you get when a plane drops too fast. I don't have a better way to say it than that the noises felt organized. I could feel the attention behind them. My legs went into that jelly place where you think you are still running, and then your feet say, a little quieter than you would hope, that they have had enough of your excitement. I shoved a palm into a tree and took a second to make my breath come back in even pieces. My grandpa looked at me, and his face wasn't wild, it was flat. That made my stomach colder than any noise had so far. We pushed up the last rise toward the game trail, and the two pines were there in front of us, except they were not. The arch we had walked under, the neat doorway feel of it, was broken into something that looked like a fight. One trunk had been twisted off the crotch where it had leaned and dragged across the trail. The other had fresh splinters where pressure had peeled it like a banana. Bark lay in ribbons across the ground. The space had gone from doorway to pile-up. I don't know how else to write that without sounding like I'm exaggerating. The wood had that wet look inside where it had broken, the kind of color you only see the first day a tree is cut or split. My heart did the thing where it tries to find a lower gear without telling you it's doing it. We didn't stop to take pictures. We didn't marvel or curse or make plans. We stepped around it the way you step around something on a city sidewalk you don't want on your shoes. Once we were past it, the sounds fell away. Not all at once. They faded into the same mix of wind and water that had been there before, like an old song turning into a new one without telling you where the change happened. We made it to the truck, and we did the dance of throwing gear without order into the bed and making sure nothing that mattered had been left. I reached into my pocket for my own little folding knife, touching it like it was a relic, just for the comfort of having something known under my hand. On the drive out, we both kept glancing at the side mirrors like we were going to see a shape following the truck down the knot road. Of course we didn't. The washboard hummed under us, and the gear clinked, and we drove slow enough not to break an axle, and fast enough to say we were done. Back on the actual road, the air inside the cab felt too warm and dry and human, and I could finally feel how hard my heart had been beating. We didn't report anything. To who? We weren't hurt. There was no crime to describe. We were two people with a story that sounds like the ones people tell. And you nod and think about bare saliva on a pan and a wind-thrown limb landing at just the right moment, and the way your mind stacks fear into shapes with arms. We drove to a diner and ate eggs and meat like we were celebrating something, and we didn't bring it up out loud because the words make it smaller and bigger at the same time. Years later, when I was engaged and wanted to show the person I was going to marry the places that made me, I took her there. It was not a romantic surprise. I told her the broad version, and she said she still wanted to see it. The road had changed in that way roads do when a few seasons and a grader and other people's trips add up. The walk-in felt shorter because every childhood memory stretches distance. The air smelled the same when we got close. Spruce, wet dirt, that clean cold hiding in shadows. The river had shifted a little. The bar was a different shape. That happens. We found the flat where we had set up our little camp. We found the bend you could fish, even if you were a mess with your cast. The rock was still there. It sat exactly where my memory placed it, a little smaller than I had told it in my head, which is what memories do. They make edges sharper and weight heavier. Seeing it there made the inside of me go quiet. I walked up to it and put a hand on it. The lichen had taken hold on one edge. Dirt gathered against its upstream side in a crescent. It was just a rock. It was the rock. Both those things were true at the same time, and it made me feel a little sick and a little better. We looked for the tree arch because of course we did. There was no arch. The pines were nothing more than hard-to-find lines of rot in the duff, a few punky bits that gave to your foot like sponge. The game trail was still there in a way, but it had braided into two, and then merged around a little downed alder a few steps past the spot. If you didn't know to stop, you wouldn't stop. That did something to my stomach too. The obvious thing had made itself not obvious anymore, and that felt like a decision made by wind and time, and maybe not only those. I found my grandpa's knife. That's the part that makes people raise an eyebrow when I tell this, and I don't blame them. It was in the grass a few feet from where the stump had been. The wood scales had gone grey, and the little brass pins were green with corrosion. It wasn't buried, the kind of thing you see only if you happen to be looking for your own boot toe, and there it is, and your brain catches up a second behind your eyes. I picked it up, and the hinge protested and then gave. His name was nicked into the wood in the careful, shallow way you do with a nail when you're bored and proud. My throat did that full thing that has nothing to do with crying and everything to do with time doing what it does, whether you like it or not. I put it in my pocket and added a new habit to all the old ones. Nothing else moved. We didn't hear a scream. We didn't hear a whoop. We didn't see a head rise and fall. We stood under a sky that was trying to decide between sun and cloud, and I felt the same small piece of me pull back like it had that first day. It wasn't a story looking for a big button on the end. It didn't want that. It just ended. I like it that way. I prefer the rock to be where it is, and the trees to have turned into nothing, and the knife to have waited where it fell until my hand found it. I don't need more than that. The rest of that day lives the way it does, and every time I try to make it into something else, it slips out of my hands and leaves me with the same thin feeling in my mouth I had when that first scream cut the river out of my ears and left me counting seconds. Nothing chased us to the truck, no proof but a heavy rock sitting still and two broken trees that tried to be a doorway and then failed. It just stopped in the middle of itself and never explained. I still don't have the reason. Story 11. I don't scare easy sleeping outside. I camp alone a lot, mostly because my schedule never lines up with anyone else's. I'm from Eagle Pass, and most of my trips are quick one-nighters to clear my head. This one was supposed to be just that, plus a meet-up the next morning at a friend's cabin. I was late getting out of town. Traffic did what traffic does, and by the time I was near the turnoff to the cabin, it was already full dark. The last stretch to their place is a rough track with a low crossing that turns slick when it's been wet. I stared at that darkness ahead and decided I wasn't going to try it in the middle of the night. I pulled into a little clearing I knew off the main dirt road, figured I'd camp there and roll into the cabin after sunup. The clearing is small, maybe 40 feet across, an almost perfect circle cut into scrub and live oak, with juniper and mesquite around the edges like a broken ring. There's a faint fire ring someone built years ago out of flat rocks and a couple of logs with the bark worn off from too many people using them as seats. It's one of those spots you use when you know the area and you don't feel like driving farther. It feels sheltered but not boxed in. No water nearby, which is good for bugs, bad for washing, but I wasn't planning on washing anything. I pulled the truck in, so the headlights lit the ring of trees and killed the engine. The quiet came down hard. Thin wind through cedar, a nightbird somewhere, the road noise gone like it had been a dream. The sky was clear and the stars were sharp the way they get when you're away from town. I got busy on autopilot. Cheap two-person dome tent out of the back. Poles clicked together, corners staked into ground that had a little give, but not enough to be annoying. I threw my pad and bag inside, lined the zipper with a strip of paracord so I could grab it easy from inside. I had a little bag of marshmallows that had been smashed flat by other gear, and because I'm a child at heart, I built a small fire just to toast a few, nothing big. Dry oak twigs caught fast. The smell of wood smoke sat nice in the air. I texted the group that I was close, camping nearby, would see them in the morning. The message hung on sending for a second, then went through with that little delivered note. Good enough. I was tired in the comfortable way that makes you feel like sitting still is something you earned. I sat on my tailgate close to the fire and watched sparks drift into the dark and die. That clearing is one I've used enough that I know the way the sound moves. It's like a bowl. You hear an animal on one side and the noise goes around in a way that's hard to place. The wind was light, no branches slapping, no creaks. I had the marshmallow on a stick and got it just to the edge of burnt, the way I like it, and was in that dumb, happy sugar focus when I heard footsteps. Not heavy, not stomping, but crisp and careful on dry leaf litter. They were not behind me or in front of me exactly. They were out there in the ring of trees, and instead of coming closer or moving away, they paced around at the same distance, slow. A few steps, a pause, a few steps, a pause. The sound had a rhythm that made me think of someone trying not to be heard by stepping in the empty spots between noise. My first thought was deer. We get deer all the time, but deer make that little snort if they're mad at you or startled. This didn't snort. It didn't flash off like a rabbit. It stayed. I held still and listened. The sound came from my left. Then, a half-minute later, it came from almost directly across from me. Then off to my right, always the same distance, always just inside the tree line. My brain went through the list. Deer, hog, coyote. A person, hog would crash. Coyotes would make that yip talk to each other and do their prancy trot until they bored themselves. A person would either call out or try to be a ghost and you'd catch the cadence anyway. This had the patience of a person and the feet of something lighter, not little, not heavy. Each step pressed leaf to leaf and then released it. I stood up very slowly, and the sound stopped on a dime. Not a fade, a stop, like someone lifted a needle off a record. I turned my head in an arc and let my eyes adjust. Nothing, just black gaps between trunks and the occasional silver of starlight hitting a limb. I sat back down, as casual as I could make it, like I wasn't trying to test the night. After a long minute, the steps picked back up. Same distance, same pace. The long pause felt like whoever or whatever it was had their head turned toward me, waiting to see what I'd do. I did the normal thing. I told myself it was an animal, and I wasn't going to escalate it by shining a light and turning it into a chase. I tossed the last wet log onto the coals so the fire would run itself out, brushed sugar from my fingers, and zipped myself into the tent. I keep my small headlamp hung on the gear loop, and my boots lined up where I can yank them on fast. The temperature was finally dropping, a little cool damp crawling up from the ground. I took off my jacket, dropped it over my feet because that's always where I get cold, and lay down on my side. The footsteps kept moving a while and then faded. Or maybe the fire noise filled the space and my brain accepted sleep was the next thing. I was out for long enough to dream that I was home and someone was knocking very softly on a window I don't have. When I woke up, the tent felt smaller than it had when I fell asleep. Pitch black, fire dead, no wind. My ears were full of that full quiet that makes your heartbeat sound like a problem. I could pick out the faint hum of insects and that little tap leaves make when they touch each other with no wind, just settling. And then I heard it, right at the fabric by my feet. A voice. That sounds dramatic when I write it, but that's what it was. A voice. Low, right against the nylon, like someone had pressed their mouth near the seam and spoken softly. Not loud, not full of words yet. A run of sounds, like someone whispering from the back of their throat. I couldn't tell you what language. It didn't hit my ear as Spanish, and I speak enough Spanish that I would have recognized rhythm, even if I couldn't catch words. It didn't sound like English, with the vowels pulled. It sounded like someone trying to keep their breath in, but still get something across. The tone wasn't begging, it wasn't angry. It was the tone you hear when someone asks a question they don't want anyone else to hear. All the little hairs on my arms lifted at once. My feet went hot under the jacket, like my body wanted to move them and couldn't. I didn't make a sound. I didn't even reach for the headlamp. There is a very particular heavy feeling that comes when you are fully awake, and your body refuses to call it panic because it thinks that not moving will save you. That feeling sat on my chest. Then I saw pressure on the fabric, right where my ankles were under the bag. Not a huge shove, a push, the way a palm tests something. The nylon bowed in, and the shape against it was a hand, not an animal paw, not a raccoon, not a deer muzzle, a hand. I could make out the rough outline of fingers spread slightly, the pressure line of what had to be a palm. No fingertips pressing sharp, nothing clawed. Just the flat of a hand, settling and pushing until the bag touched my ankles through the pad. It was slow enough that it didn't ping startle first. It pinged disbelief. I don't know if I made a sound, or if I just thought I did. I sat up hard, the sleeping bag twisting and catching on my foot, and grabbed for the headlamp with one hand, while my other hand clawed for the zipper pull. The second my weight came off the pad and the bag rustled loud, whatever was outside exploded out of there like a track runner leaving blocks. I heard 3 steps, big ones breaking through deadfall, and the sound moved left and away fast. Branches snapped, not twigs, limb-sized. It had weight. The sound ran along the arc of the clearing and then was gone like it had swallowed itself. I was half on my knees with the headlamp in my teeth, shoving my feet into boots without socks, cursing with my mouth full of plastic. The lamp beam wobbled while I fumbled, throwing panicky white stripes across the tent. My hands were dumb and loud. Zipper down, cold air in. I stepped out and swept the lamp in a slow, ugly circle, trying not to move too fast so I didn't miss what was right in front of me. The beam cut cedar and space and shadows and did nothing to help my heartbeat behave. There were no eyeshine points in the trees, no heavy breath from the dark telling me I'd made a mistake. The ring of trees stood in their places like they always had. I panned along the ground expecting to see tracks, something obvious where leaf litter got gouged. The ground under the trees was a rug of oak leaves and needles laid down over years. It springs back. I found scuffs that might have been from anything, a few places where leaves had been kicked aside and showed damp soil. If there were prints, the forest decided I didn't need them. My light found the spot where I had been sitting on the tailgate earlier. My cup still there with a marshmallow stick across it like a dumb little kid project. I swung the beam back toward the tent. The fabric where I had seen the hand was smooth, no dirt, no smear, no mark. I put my own hand up against it from the outside, and it looked like nothing had ever touched it. I don't know what I expected. A grease print, thick fingers, even just heat still there like a stove. There was nothing. I stood there, headlamp running, mouth open, and I realized the night had not rushed back to fill the space. It was like that hand on the fabric was the whole world for one long minute, and then the moment my lamp beam cut it and my body took over and moved, the world decided to pretend it had never stopped being itself. A tiny breeze started up, a cedar branch hissed, a bird did a single annoyed chirp, the "you woke me up" sound. I swallowed it all and stood there longer than made sense, scanning the edges again just in case whatever it was had decided to crouch and wait like a dumb horror movie monster. The beam found nothing but bark and space. I didn't get back in the bag after that. I pulled the little folding camp chair out of the truck, put my jacket back on, and sat with the lamp on low hanging from the tent loop, angled so it lit the patch of fabric where the touch had been. I had my knife out because that's what people do when they have no plan. I wasn't going to stab the air. It was dumb comfort. I listened. Every normal sound came back and felt wrong anyway. My ears replayed that murmur of not quite words over and over, and my skin crawled at the memory of that push, the gentle pressure of it. I kept thinking about how whoever or whatever it was didn't try to rip the tent or force their way in. They put their hand there like they were testing the distance between us, like a person taps a fish tank to see if something inside will move. That thought made me feel cold in a new way. I must have dozed with my eyes open, because the next coherent thing in my head is the grey light that shows up before sun. It makes a tent a shade lighter, and the world starts to look like itself again. The sky had that thin wash of colour. The air tasted colder. I stood and stretched, and felt the dumb stiffness that comes with sitting in a folding chair all night. I walked the edge of the clearing again, this time in light that doesn't lie as much. It didn't help. No prints that made sense. A few leaves pushed to one side that could have been my own boots from the night before. I ran my palm over the part of the tent where I had seen the hand, and it was just tent. The fabric held a little cool from the night. No oil, no grit. I tore the tent down faster than I had put it up. My hands wanted the feel of doing something that ended. Poles clicked apart with too much noise. Stakes came up easy. The inside of the fly had a fine powder of dust from the road, and I shook it out too hard and choked on it like an idiot. Everything went into the bed of the truck in the messy morning pile that means we're done and we'll sort it later. I killed what was left of the coals with my last water, even though they were cold. It felt like I needed to make sure nothing was still alive there. The drive to the cabin was short. The low crossing had dried enough that it was just slick, not impossible. When I pulled up, my friends were outside with mugs in their hands and that slow morning look people get when they've slept well. I must have looked like I'd been run through a hedge. I told them I camped outside because I didn't want to risk the crossing in the dark, which was the truth. I said I didn't sleep great, which was also the truth. I didn't tell them about the hand right then because I didn't want to hear my own voice say it. We made breakfast, and I tried to be the normal version of myself and just kept seeing that push in my head every time I blinked. Later, when the coffee had burned off and we were doing nothing on purpose, I told them. One of them said something about hogs getting braver, and another said something about pranksters, and then we all sat quiet for a minute, each of us alone in our heads. That was the end of it on the outside. I've turned it over a lot since. I've stood in stores and pressed my palm into tent fabric to see if I could reproduce the exact shape of what I saw. I've tried to convince myself it was a coyote nosing or a raccoon pressing a paw just right. My brain won't take those as payment. The voice is the currency. That low, breath-heavy whisper pressed close enough that the tent skin moved with it. Not words I could use, not sounds I could translate, just intent. What gets me, more than the touch, more than the footsteps around the ring of trees, is the way it all just shut off. The night had that one instant of being a shape with fingers, and the second I moved, whatever it was ran so hard the branches snapped, and then nothing. No breaking away through brush into the distance, no fading of sound to mark direction, just 1, 2, 3 steps and gone, like it had stepped back behind a curtain and the curtain sealed. I can make sense of a lot of things outdoors. I can file sounds into boxes, give myself boring answers so I can sleep later. This one didn't give me that. It stopped right in the middle, left that blank space pressed into nylon in my head, and never explained itself. I still don't have the reason. Story 12. I've always liked walking old roads where they stop pretending to be roads. I'm the person who sees a thin cut in the brush with a faded yellow posted sign, half swallowed by vines, and thinks, yeah, I'll see where that goes. Most of my poking around is in Pennsylvania on state game lands. If you've done that kind of wandering, you know the type. Stone two-tracks that end at a berm, a ditch with a busted culvert, random piles of junk that look like somebody hid them on purpose 30 years ago. Over the years, I've found odd things that made me stop, but didn't make me feel hunted. A wreath of twisted grapevine hanging low on an oak in SGL 60, with a set of antlers wired into it like a door knocker. Old lengths of chain coiled next to rusted drums in a hollow in SGL 158, half sunk in leaf rot, no path in or out, just there. Weird, sure, but quiet weird. The day that shook me wasn't in Pennsylvania. It was up in Maine on a section of the Appalachian Trail. It was the kind of quick trip I tell myself I won't overcomplicate. Hike in a few miles, put down a tent near water, boil something dumb for dinner, sleep, hike out. My brother came along. He's the only person I trust to read the woods the way I do. We don't talk much when we walk. We just move and point at things if they matter. The weather was good. Late summer, but not oppressive. Cool air in the trees, warmth when you stepped out into clearings. Bugs were there, but not chewing us alive. We started hiking mid-morning and gave ourselves time to see things instead of hammering miles. We passed a couple of northbounders who looked tired enough to be holy. We saw a day hiker with a dog that wouldn't stop smelling my pack. Then we had a long stretch to ourselves. We kicked up that dry leaf smell where the trail skirted a hardwood slope, and then the needle smell took over when we climbed into fir. The usual little white blazes popped up at just the right moments to keep your brain from building doubt. By late afternoon, we found a spot where a flat shelf gave us a clean place for a tent within earshot of a stream. Not a big river, just a steady run over rocks that made a hush you could talk over and then forget to. There was a good tree for a bear hang, and the ground wasn't all roots. Someone had camped there before us. You could tell by the faint dark circle where a small fire had kissed stone. We didn't plan on a fire. It was too dry. We cook with the stove and we leave it boring. We pitched the tent facing the best crack of sky and set our stuff the way we always do. Food and smellables by the tree, water where you won't kick it over, knives and headlamps in the same pocket of the tent so you don't do the midnight scramble. We ate early, right as the shadows started getting long. The light in Maine does that thing where it makes everything look clean and sharp and then suddenly decides it's over. We sat on a log and let our bodies go slack for a minute. My shoulders stopped being part of the plan. After food, that raw boredom energy came back, the kind where sitting starts to make you feel stupid. We took our knives, not in some macho way, just because that's what we always do when we poke around. Mine is a small fixed blade with dull grey scales and a kydex sheath I clip inside my waistband. It's sharp enough to matter and not so long that I'll stab my own leg if I trip. My brother had his little folder. We left the big stuff in camp. We weren't going far. We never go far without telling each other. We stepped back onto the trail and then off, a few yards, nothing dumb, into a strip of scrub where blueberry and low spruce fought quietly for space. The ground there had that springy, spongy feel you get on a thick mattress of needles. Every few steps, something small scurried, nothing unusual. Bird chatter lowered. The stream still did its dependable noise behind us. I remember thinking how good it felt to move without a pack. We were less than 5 minutes from the tent when the brush to our right blew up. There's no clever way to say it. 1 second it was just green, with twigs and shadow. The next, something short and brown came out of it like it had been launched. It wasn't tall. Hip height to me, maybe, but compact, dense, like all the weight lived in the front half. I didn't get a clean look at a face. I got a blur of fur and motion and the sense of a back that was too thick for something that size. It made a sound I didn't know a body that small could make. It screamed, and the scream had teeth in it. It wasn't a bobcat screech. It wasn't a rabbit in trouble. It had a grind in it, almost metallic, and then a rough wet edge under that, like wood dragging on bark and an animal noise mashed together. I have never felt my body go from "we're fine" to "we're leaving" that fast. There wasn't time to reason it out. There wasn't even time to share a look and choose a direction. We ran. It came toward us in that first 2 steps, and then either it veered or we veered. It doesn't matter. The next brain image I have is my legs doing a thing they haven't done since I was a kid. Pure run. No care for how dumb you'll look if you eat it. My fixed blade was in my hand, because that's where my hand went out of habit. The sheath mouth hung open on my belt. My fingers were a choke on the handle, so tight I could feel the pattern cut into my palm. My mind split into 2 mean halves, one counting footfalls and angles, the other watching my own blade and telling me not to fall on it like a moron. The trail was only a few yards to our left. We hit it with the force of people who needed a line to follow. My brother was ahead by a step, and I watched his foot miss a root by a hair in a way that made my stomach drop. The noise behind us didn't stalk. It chased. That's what it felt like. Not stealth. Not sniffing. The scream went again, shorter, like the thing had fewer lungs than it wanted for the size of the sound it was trying to make. The grind hit my teeth. It made my molars feel like they were going to buzz out of my skull. I can't explain how those sounds fit together. I have tried to pair them with animals in my head dozens of times. None stick. We ran like that for what felt like minutes but had to be seconds. Maybe 100 meters, maybe a little more. Long enough for me to feel lactic acid creep into my thighs. Short enough that we didn't have to draw on any real reserve. Then, all at once, my brother checked his speed and I matched without thinking. We turned, both of us, the way you turn when you realize you're just running blind to nowhere. We put our knives out and low, not in front like idiots, but centerline, locked wrists, the stupid half-crouch everybody does when they think something is going to come up under them. We were breathing through our mouths hard enough that I thought I could taste metal. Nothing came out of the brush. The trail behind us was just trail. Low blueberry, spruce, a strip of dirt and root. My ears strained so hard for the noise to repeat that it felt like I could hear blood moving behind them. I wanted the noise again because I needed to put a direction to it. It didn't come. The stream suddenly sounded way too loud for being behind us and off to one side. The woods went into that heavy quiet that isn't quiet at all. Everything there just wrong. Every nerve I had rang for something to crash through and show itself. Every leaf I focused on turned out to be a leaf. We stood like that longer than we could hold the crouch. I felt my thighs start to tremble, not from fear, but from the position. I straightened a hair at a time and made myself slow my breathing. I realized how stupid and thin my little blade looked against whatever my brain had just told me was about to barrel into me. I managed to swallow. My mouth was so dry I could feel each grain of whatever dust was in there. We said nothing. We backed up 2 steps, turned so we weren't offering our backs to any thicket, and took a few more steps, faster. The whole time I fought the urge to flick my eyes down into the brush, to make a shape appear. My brain tried to put a word on it over and over. Fisher cat, bobcat, a turkey gone wrong, even a grouse exploding from cover. But I couldn't make the sound fit any of those. I know what a startled grouse sounds like. It's a wing burst, not a scream. A turkey will startle you when it blindsides you out of a nest, but it doesn't grind like metal. A bobcat can sound like hell, but the size and the motion were off. Back at camp, nothing was touched. Our food still hung where we had left it. The tent still sat, with the same little slack corner we hadn't tightened. My brother and I did the dumb camp shuffle you do when everything comes back at once. Checking gear that didn't go anywhere, glancing over shoulders, standing a little too close to the water as if it could tell us something. We didn't say much. I think we both were trying not to give our thoughts more weight by saying them out loud. When the light dropped the rest of the way, I felt that tight band go around my chest that says you are not in your living room. It wasn't a bear worry. It wasn't a people worry. It was the specific dread of hearing that scream again in the dark, without knowing whether to go up a tree or stand your ground or do some other thing your body has never trained for. We cooked fast. We ate fast. I hung food higher than I usually bother. We set our headlamps where our hands knew they would be without thinking. It felt like we were making a game plan for a game where we didn't know the rules. I woke up a couple of times to absolutely nothing. No stick snaps, no brush, no panting outside the fly, just the stream doing that endless, stupid, calming thing it does when you need your adrenaline to have a reason. My nervous system had nowhere to put itself. Each time I rolled over and the nylon made that little shh sound, I thought for a second it was something else, and then I'd feel my own feet and realize it was me. It's funny how fear doesn't always have an object. Sometimes it only has an echo. Morning straightened the world with coffee. That usually makes me brave enough to go looking for signs I missed. We walked back to the spot because we're idiots that way. The ground showed the story of our own feet clear enough. Our boot treads were fresh and ugly and smeared from panic. There was one patch where low blueberry leaves were scuffed and pointed in the wrong direction. A couple of broken twigs that could have been us fighting through. No hair, no scat, no obvious depressions where something heavier had sprung. The moss on one rock had a torn edge smaller than my thumb, and I tried not to make that into a footprint because it wasn't. The place where whatever it was had come out was just brush again. No tunnel, no shortcut. The way woods erase things in hours is insulting. Then the sound ticked back into my head like someone turned a knob. I'm not trying to be dramatic. It wasn't a real sound that morning. Just the memory of it got loud in my throat. That scream had weight to it. It didn't fit the size of the body I think I saw. It had this grinding underlayer that didn't sound mammal to me. I can deal with a lot in the woods. I can handle a bear bluff charging and slapping because it fits a set of rules. I can handle a moose shaking a head at me at a distance because you can see all the physics. But a sound that my brain can't tack onto a shape, even after sleep and coffee and daylight, that sticks like a burr. We packed up and left earlier than we planned. We didn't sprint out of there. We just moved. As we walked, I kept checking the trail behind us without dramatics. I wanted to see something and not see it at the same time. We didn't hear that scream again. No grind, no nothing. It was almost boring how the world went back to acting like itself. In town later, when we had cell service and bad coffee, we went through every explanation we could think of. We listed birds, mammals, one dumb idea about a kid messing with a Bluetooth speaker that made us both laugh too hard. The way you laugh when you've kind of scared yourself. None of it laid right. I still walk old roads. I still look for weird stuff along game land boundaries and note where the chains pile up and the drums sink. The wreath with antlers in SGL 60 is probably long gone now. Vines eat everything. But when someone asks me, what's the one that got under my skin, I think about that evening in Maine and the way my fingers fit too tight on the handle of a knife I didn't want to have to use, and the way my feet did a child's run for a few heartbeats in a grown man's body, and how dumb and brave and useless that knife felt in my hand when we turned. I think about how the sound didn't match the body. I think about how the fear felt like standing next to a road when an unseen truck blows by, the air punched out of your lungs by something you didn't see but can't ignore. And then it was nothing. No second act, no shadow crossing the trail, no proof to put in a bag and show somebody. The woods opened a little, then shut like we had walked through the wrong door. It just stopped right there, mid-stride, mid-breath, like somebody took a hand off a piano key, and I still don't have the reason. Story 13. I'm not jumpy on trails. I grew up walking logging roads and game paths, and I've spent enough weekends in southern Oregon to know the difference between noises that matter and noises that don't. I go for the quiet, not for a scare. That day I went out with my sister-in-law just to stretch our legs and talk without anyone else around. She's one of the few people I can hike with and not feel like I have to fill silence. We pick a line on a map, throw snacks and water and layers into small packs, and go. It was late summer, one of those clear days after a little front pushes the worst of the heat out. The air didn't have smoke in it yet. The light had that crisp feeling you get when the sun sits a little lower and the ground lets go of the heat easier. We parked at a wide turnout on a forest road with just enough room to get the car off to the side. No other cars. A couple of ravens in a snag. The dirt was the kind that makes fine dust that turns your calves the same color as the road. I turned my phone to airplane mode and took a screenshot of the map, just because habit is habit, even when you're in familiar stuff. Between us, we had a small first aid kit, a filter, 2 headlamps, and what passes for comfort food when you're trying to pretend you're efficient. Peanut butter packets and a bag of nuts that lived in the bottom of my pack longer than I'll admit. The trail was a nice one for a day out. A mix of Douglas fir and cedar where the shade goes deep. Then little open patches with madrone peeling in long ribbons and manzanita showing those twisted red arms. Here and there the path brushed along the edge of a steep side hill that dropped to a creek. Wildflowers were mostly done, but the last of something yellow threw dots here and there. It smelled like sun on duff and that clean green you get when the understory stays damp in the shade. We walked easy. There's a pace you fall into when you're not trying to prove anything, steady enough to feel like you're moving, slow enough that you can see and smell where you are. We passed a blown-down section somebody had cut through earlier in the season. The saw cuts were bright where the wood was still clean. I remember noticing a tiny notch in the blaze on one tree and thinking about how many times a person has to paint a stripe on a trunk for people like us to get to pretend we're wild. Little mundane thoughts like that lull you into thinking you're wrapped up and nothing can get into your day unless you open a door for it. The first door opened on the hillside above a small meadow. The trail turned and rose just enough to give us a look across a shoulder of slope. Up and to the left, set back from the edge of the grass like someone had decided it mattered to be tucked in, was an old canvas tent, the heavy kind. It was that faded, dirty white that old canvas gets, with stains down one side from seasons of rain and dust. One corner had slumped like the pole inside had rotted and given up. The guy lines were still on it, some taut, some hanging loose with knots people tie when they're tired and can't quite remember the proper way. There was no smoke, no voices, no gear scattered like someone was living there. It was just a tent sitting above a meadow like it had been there a long time and nobody told it to leave. My stomach flipped before my brain had words. I wanted to write it off as someone's hunting camp, but the season was wrong. And there was that stillness around it that said, nobody's home, in a way that didn't feel like it would end in a person sticking their head out and waving. We slowed without meaning to. We both looked in the same direction at the same moment, and then both looked away because neither of us wanted to fix it with our eyes and make it more real. Then we saw what I wish I could unsee. Bones hung from the trees around the tent, not one, not a string, a lot. On a few of the branches above and behind it, someone had hung small bones like mobiles. Some were long splinters, and some were little knuckle-looking bits. A couple were flat and wide in a way that made me think scapula. They were bleached pale and old. Whoever hung them had drilled holes or tied around narrow places. The strings looked like fishing line in some spots, twine in others. When the light wind moved through the trees, the bones tapped and clacked against each other, not loud, little ticks and clinks like cheap wind chimes made out of teeth. I've seen plenty of weird stuff on public land. People leave altars to their own ideas and try to mark space as theirs. This felt different. This felt like walking into a thing that didn't want witnesses. My whole body went hot, then cold. I leaned toward my sister-in-law and told her under my breath not to look, to keep going, to not stop. My voice was steady in the way your voice gets when steadiness is the only thing you can control. She nodded. We put our eyes on the ground and on the trail ahead, like that's what trails are for, and we kept our feet moving. We got past where the meadow angle let us stop seeing the tent, and the clacking faded. The feeling did not. It moved with us. There's this part of you that pays attention to uphill and downhill differently. On that section, the hillside rose steep and close to our right. The trail cut across it in a narrow shelf, a couple of foot widths, sometimes less. Below, the ground fell away in a mess of salal and ferns and old downed wood that had become its own soil. I started to hear footsteps on the slope above us. Not loud, not careless. Foot on duff, wait, release. Then a small slide here and there when a bit of gravel went. The steps matched us. When we slowed, they slowed. When we sped up a hair, they picked up. Close, but not right on top of us. The kind of distance you keep when you're tracking and you don't want to be seen. I told myself deer at first. Then I listened for a deer breath. I've had deer pace me. They do that fast inhale and snort sometimes. They also get bored and bound away with that little high foot step. This wasn't that. Each step was placed like someone was choosing the quietest spot to put a boot. Every couple of beats there was the faint sound of something brushing brush at shoulder height, not belly height, like a jacket catching on a twig. My mouth went dry. My hands got that useless tingle that means adrenaline found the wrong hallway. We didn't talk. Talking would have made it worse. I shifted the strap on my pack because it had started digging when my shoulders went tight. My sister-in-law's eyes were on the trail like she was reading each rock for its politics. We kept our pace steady so we could see the next turn coming, but not give whatever was above us any easy math. The creak noise got louder ahead, which I didn't like because it would make our own sound smoother and theirs harder to pick up. The trail hit a switchback where it does a clean elbow around a finger of ridge. It's the kind where you go out to the point, turn sharply left, and then climb along the river, with the hillside still close on one side and air on the other. In that moment, we both knew the same thing. If whoever was above us wanted to follow, they had to either drop down directly onto the trail in front of us where we'd see it, or disappear into the thick. There wasn't a gentle way to keep the distance without committing. Right at that turn, the footsteps quickened. Not a lot. Enough that my skin jumped. We didn't wait to see what would happen. We ran, not full sprint, not in a way that makes you roll an ankle and get yourself stuck where you can't be stuck. We did that high-stepping, careful run that people do when they know a fall is a worse story than being out of breath. My breath went jagged. I could feel the pulse in my ears and in the bottoms of my feet. Every footfall felt too loud. The ground pitched up and grabbed at our toes, then flattened, then pitched again. The creek to our left threw spray somewhere far below where it hit rock, and the sound mixed with the blood in my head into one long smear. The footsteps above matched briefly, then faded, then picked up. They moved in bursts, like whoever it was hitting little benches on the slope and then crossing. Every time I thought we were pulling away, I'd hear a little slide of dirt, and then a placed step close enough to raise the hair on my neck. I remember my pack making that little squeak where one strap rubs the other when you swing your arms too tight. I remember the taste of dust in my mouth because I couldn't get a whole swallow down. We rounded one more corner, and the creek became not just sound, but a long glimpse of white water in the notch. The trail climbed above it on a narrow ledge with a drop you'd have to be stupid to mess with. This was the stretch we'd be forced into single file with no soft shoulder. I took the front because I'm bigger and because I could not stand the idea of something dropping out in front of us and me having to push her past me. I was aware of my useless empty hips, no spray, no knife in a place I could get it without stopping. Just my bare hands and a small multi-tool buried in the pack that might as well have been in a drawer at home. I hate admitting that even now. We ran until my lungs went into that stitch that says you need to stop or you're going to fall because your legs no longer belong to you. Somewhere in there, the steps above stopped. Not faded, stopped. It wasn't the sound of a person making a last big move and committing to the trail. It wasn't the slide of someone dropping down into ferns and letting the noise cover their exit. It was like a switch got flipped. I didn't trust it. We didn't stop. We kept moving until the trail widened and swung away from that hillside into an area where manzanita thinned and the ground opened up and you could see farther than 10 feet. We didn't see anyone on the trail ahead or behind. We didn't see anyone step out onto the path or pull back into brush. We didn't hear a voice. We didn't hear a branch break in the way that tells you a weight went onto it. The day put its mask back on and played dumb. That made me more angry than anything else. I wanted something to yell at, not for bravado, for the relief of having a thing to point to that wasn't a feeling. We made it back to the car before dark, but not by much. I unlocked the doors with hands that thought they were still running. We got in and sat with the windows up. The first minute inside a car after a scare feels like stepping into a bubble. The quiet is different. The smells are human. I looked at my sister-in-law and saw my own face in her expression, tight around the eyes, a little pale in the cheeks. We didn't really speak. I started the engine and turned the heater on low, even though it wasn't cold, because the whir of it gave my ears something to chew other than my own heartbeat. That night, I couldn't turn my brain off. The tent and the bones played like a loop every time I closed my eyes. I kept hearing that tiny, dry clack and the matched footfalls on dirt. They lined up over and over and refused to resolve. In the morning, because I am who I am, I called the non-emergency number and told someone at the county what we'd run into. I made it sound practical. There's an old tent with weird stuff hung in the trees. We were followed, no. We didn't see a face, no. We didn't see a weapon. Yes, the footsteps matched ours. Yes, we left as soon as we felt like it was wrong. I didn't want to be dramatic. I also didn't want to be the person who shrugs it off and then sees a story in the news later and has to live with not having said a thing. 2 days later, the sheriff called me back. He said we weren't crazy. That was his phrasing. He said someone had definitely been out there trailing hikers. He said they went to look and they found... He paused, which made the silence in my kitchen feel big. And then he said it was better if he didn't tell me what else they found. He said it in that clean, careful voice people use when they're trying not to push you over an edge. He didn't ask us to come in. He didn't ask more questions. He thanked me for calling and hung up. The promise I made to myself after that was simple. I wouldn't go out there unprotected again. I'm not trying to be a movie hero. I'm not trying to be tough online. I just learned something ugly about how useless I felt with my hands empty while I listened to a person pace me through a wall of brush and hang back right where the angle made sense. I carry spray now. Depending on where I am and what's legal, I carry more than that. I walk differently in that kind of terrain. I don't give people the benefit of the doubt at a range where doubt can cost you. That's not the way I want to tape my life together. But it's how I do it now. Here's the part that still sits like a rock in my stomach. That stretch burned the following year. A big fire went through the area and turned whole hillsides to charcoal and ash. I saw the maps. I saw the name they gave it on the news. I didn't go back to see what it looked like after. The idea of walking through black sticks where those bones used to clack made me feel sick. Part of me was relieved in a twisted way, like a door had been closed for me by someone else, so I didn't have to decide whether to open it again. That's not rational. Fires hurt everything, but my brain is not interested in tidiness with this one. It wanted the place sealed, and it got its wish. I replay that day often enough that I've worn grooves into the memory. I can feel the strap bruise on my shoulder if I let myself. I can taste the grain of dust in the back of my throat. I can smell the canvas from up on that slope, even though there's no way I should have smelled anything but sun-hot duff where we were. I can hear the bones hitting each other in little touches that felt way too much like someone tapping their fingers on a table. I can feel the weight of eyes from a few yards above where the trail was scraped into the side of the hill. I can set my foot down in my mind and feel a shadow foot set inside that sound half a second later. People can call it coincidence. People can say a deer can follow your pace when it wants to. People can say wind makes clacks and a tent is just a tent, and somebody's old joke or somebody's sad private thing is none of my business. The useful part of me agrees. The part of me that knows how much easier it is to sleep with boring answers would love to fold this into a story that has an end I can draw a line under. The truth is, it doesn't end. Not really. It ended that day because it did. The steps stopped. The bones were behind us. The creek took back over. We got in the car. A few days later, a voice on the phone told me we weren't crazy, and then offered to keep the worst part to himself. The hillside burned. I didn't go back. The last sound I remember clearly from that run wasn't wind or water. It was my own breath and the dry, careful tread of someone keeping their body at a distance I couldn't touch, matching me, until suddenly they weren't. No words, no face, no closure. It just stopped in the middle of the strangest day I've had outside, and I still don't have the reason. Story 14. I wasn't out there looking for a story. We were at a scout camp, the kind with those old platform tents and a dining hall that smells like syrup and mop water. The day was for skills and little competitions, nothing serious. My group had just done lashings in the morning, and someone snapped one of the project sticks in half by accident. So after lunch, the three of us, me, Amy, and Harriet, were told to go grab a straight stick about as long as an arm, not too thick. That's it. We weren't going far. We were supposed to be back for the next activity before the flag went down. It was early afternoon, somewhere around 2:30, warm but not miserable, cloudy high enough that you could feel the heat and still have the woods look like they were holding shade for you. The whole camp has that mixed forest that's never quite one thing. Pines with carpet under them, maples and oaks that make your ankles itchy with leaf litter, the occasional birch peeling like paper. The ground was dry enough to keep dust on your boots. You could hear kids yelling from the archery range down the hill, and farther off, someone banging pots in the kitchen. Normal camp noise, the kind that floats and doesn't pin you anywhere. We picked a straight track off the main field, the one everybody uses to head to the lake. There's a rough footpath that veers right, not far from the trailhead. It cuts into a patch of woods that never seems to get used. You can still see scraps of old trail ribbon in there from something years back. Sun-bleached blue and pink strips tied around branches so far up they made no sense. We stepped in a few yards, found a stick that was close to right, then saw a better one farther in and kept going. That's always how it starts. You see a better one over there. I don't wander without marking my brain. We did that without even discussing it. On the way in, we pointed at things and said them out loud so we'd remember. The stump that looks like a chair, the fallen pine with a rusted nail in it, the big rock with the crack shaped like a V, the little run of ferns that look greener than the rest. We were careful too, like good little scouts. We didn't step on anything we didn't have to. We didn't push deeper where the low growth was going to grab us, and we kept the general feel of camp to our left. The ground felt even, and the woods were open enough that you could see 10 or 15 steps before the trunks did their usual trick of getting in their own way. Amy found a stick as straight as a store dowel and held it up like a prize. Harriet laughed and said it was perfect. I said, "We're done," and I meant it. We turned around to go back the way we came, and the path behind us had closed up. I don't mean it was gone like a cartoon. It just didn't look like anything had been walked. You know how leaf litter holds a scuff and low branches stay bent for a second after you push through? None of that was there. The half-broken twig Harriet had brushed with her elbow was upright. The patch of dirt where my boot had slipped didn't look disturbed anymore. The piece of blue ribbon I'd clocked way up on a branch might as well have never existed. It was all just trunks and the even scatter of leaves and needles you get when nothing has been through recently. We made a small circle to pick our line up, because sometimes one step to the right makes the whole picture snap into place. The picture didn't. Every angle looked the same. I could see the shape of the stump that had looked like a chair, but now it looked like a dozen other stumps in the same radius. The V crack rock wasn't anywhere, but there were a few rocks with cracks if I wanted to pretend. Even the sounds shifted. The archery range yells were gone, replaced by a kind of damp quiet that wasn't exactly quiet. Bugs doing their high electric whine, the occasional pop of a twig far off. But the layers that had told us which way camp was had thinned. We weren't far. That was the sarcastic voice in my head. We aren't far, don't be stupid. So we picked the direction that fit our guts, and we walked. Trees tightened around our ankles. Brush that had been loose a second ago had knit together like someone had pulled a zipper. Harriet said she had a bad feeling, and we didn't turn that into a joke. We kept going, trying not to let the tempo of our steps go panic fast. After a few minutes of this, we all stopped. I could feel the stop reverberate up through my legs, like my calves had been throttling down the whole time, and finally got to release. The stick Amy was carrying didn't feel like a camp project anymore. It felt like a prop. I called out, because that's what you do, even though it's embarrassing. I yelled our unit name and hey, like help was waiting behind one of the trunks to raise a hand. No answer, no echo even. My voice went into the trees and didn't bounce back. Amy had a small whistle on a lanyard. She blew 3 short blasts, the signal they yell at you to use during the safety briefings. If anybody from our camp had been within reasonable distance, they would have returned it. Nobody did. The sound of the whistle went thin and then faded into that high insect noise. I don't say this lightly. That's when we got scared. That's when the normal, go out, pick a stick, turn around, broke. My shoulders did that thing where they climb up to live next to your ears without asking permission. We agreed, again without saying it, that the best choice was to keep moving in a straightish line until we hit something we knew. The ground started sloping, barely enough to register. It felt like walking a floor that's not true. The trees in this section were the kind that lie to you. Slender trunks close together, same diameter, same bark, nothing that stands out unless you force it. The light went flat, even though the clouds hadn't moved. I kept track of time because the one thing I could control was looking at my watch. It read 2:40. When we hit a shallow depression that might have been an old dry stream bed, or might have just been where the roots had dragged dirt, it read 3:15. That's a chunk. I know how bad time is in the woods. I know how 5 minutes will feel like a half hour if you're mad or lost, but that was too much. We hadn't been moving that long. My throat felt raw and not from yelling. I tried for another 2 short whistles in case the first 3 had somehow been missed. They sounded feeble in the air, and then we stepped out into something I still don't know how to explain. We walked out of the tight trees onto a strip of concrete. Not a path, not a little camp sidewalk, a road, 2 lanes wide, edges broken in a few places from roots pushing under it, cracks filled with dirt where grass had found a way, but still a road, the kind poured in straight runs with paddles pulled smooth. It cut straight through the trees like somebody had carved the forest with a knife. It didn't line up with any road we'd seen coming into camp. There are no roads like that on the map. It wasn't a service road. It wasn't new. The concrete had that old white color roads get when they've been out there long enough to forget who built them. On one side of the road, maybe 20 yards away, there was a squat building like a shed. Concrete block, flat roof, window openings but no glass. A door frame without a door, no sign, no number, nothing. The inside was dark. It smelled like wet dirt and old wood if you got close, which we didn't. There were no recent tracks, no tire marks on the concrete, no crushed weeds on either side. The forest pressed right up to it like it wasn't supposed to be there and everybody had made a deal not to mention it. We stood on that road like idiots with a stick and a whistle. The sky looked wrong over it, too open, bright in a way the woods hadn't been 5 steps before. My watch said 3:35. I felt like I had lost pieces of my head somewhere back in the pine needles. We picked away like you do when you need to take action. We chose what we thought was the direction that led toward the main camp field. The logic was dumb. Down slope is toward the lake. The road must point somewhere rational. We walked along the road, boots clunking on concrete. The sound of our steps was louder than anything else around. We passed the shed, didn't look in. I wasn't interested in finding weird stuff by going inside a dark box with nothing in my hands and a bad feeling riding me. A few minutes down that road we saw a person. Not a campsite adult, not someone I recognized. A woman walking in the same direction we were, not fast, off to the side where the concrete met the dirt, carrying a small bag like she was just coming back from somewhere nearby. I don't love the feeling of relief that came up in me when I saw her, because it didn't last. We caught up enough to ask where the camp was. I asked in the plainest words I could. "Where's the scout camp? We've been walking around and must have come out wrong." She answered like it was a normal question and gave us a direction to a camp that wasn't ours. She named a place, and it wasn't the name of the camp we were staying at. She gestured vaguely back the way we'd come, and off to a side we hadn't picked. She looked past us at the woods when she said it, like she was pointing, and maybe she was. Then she kept walking. I can't explain why that set my stomach off more than anything. The idea of asking a stranger for help and getting told a name you don't know when you're sure you should know it, there's a very specific panic to that. We turned around and made a choice. We would leave the road, head into the trees, and walk in the direction that in our bones felt like the field and the flag and the mess hall. Going back toward that shed felt like begging the day to get worse. Going forward indefinitely on that weird strip felt worse than that. We stepped off the concrete, and the woods swallowed the sound of our boots. The ground under us went back to leaf and duff and roots, and the air changed again, the way it does when you go from open to under canopy. The sense of being tugged backward in time was immediate, like we had been pushing a heavy door, and it swung back on us. I looked at my watch, and the face might as well have been blank for all it told me. It said 3:55, and I didn't believe it. We had lost camp for an hour? My shoulders were sore like we'd been carrying packs and we hadn't been. My calf muscles ached like I'd been on a hill and we hadn't climbed. The return to camp was not dramatic. That's the worst part. It wasn't a movie set with a break in the trees and a swell of music. 1 minute we were between trunks I could barely tell apart, and the next, the light ahead had that soft green glow that means the main field is close. And I could hear voices again, kids complaining about cleanup, someone laughing too loud. The clatter of a metal tray dropped on a table. The curved line of the parade ground opened up, and there were our tents with the odd tilt and collapsed corners, like it had all been waiting the whole time. We walked onto the field, and a couple of people glanced at us and then away, like we had just been behind the latrine and not nearly lost our minds. Our unit leader caught sight of the stick Amy was carrying and said, without moving toward us, that it was a good one. I wanted to put my hands on her shoulders and shake her and ask how long we had been out. Instead, I asked like a normal person. We had been gone a while, right? We apologized reflexively because that's what you do when you feel like you've done a thing that inconvenienced somebody. She squinted at us like she was counting minutes and said we had been gone maybe 25 minutes. We missed a little of the knot tying review, but no big deal. 25 minutes. I looked at my watch again. It said 4 o'clock on the nose. Amy's said 4:02. Harriet's was a little off, but still said after 4. We had gone out after 2:30. We knew that. We had checked. I tried to do the math in my head, and my head refused to match numbers to reality. There's a density the woods get sometimes, and this is going to sound like I'm making poetry out of it, but I promise you I'm not. The air feels thick, like the trunks are closer than they are, like the floor doesn't pitch, but your stomach does. That's what it felt like in there. Not haunted, not danger in the teeth and claws sense, just a sense that the usual rules would not be helpful to you if you leaned on them too hard. I know people who love tidy endings. They want the ranger to walk up and say, "There's an old service road from the 1950s back, that way you stumbled onto, and an old storage shed for tools, and your watches got jostled. And the woman you met was a volunteer from the day use area you didn't know about, and you're making it into something because your bodies were scared." I would love for this to be that. I would love a map with a dotted line and a box that says, "Not for public use," and a circle that shows where we walked wrong. I didn't get that. What I got was a dropped-off feeling hard enough to make me a little sick. One second I was in a slice of woods that did not want us to be inside it, and the next I was on the field with a breeze moving the flag line and a kid wiping mustard off a sleeve and a leader saying, "You're just in time." No lecture, no "we were worried." Just a look at a stick and a nod. A match light to close the end of the day like it was any other day. I believe in weird things. I do. I've always thought the world has edges you don't see unless you stand at them too long. That afternoon still took the words out of my mouth. I stood by the flag later and watched the way it snapped at the end of the line and tried to force myself to tell the normal version to somebody. I didn't. It was like my brain didn't trust my mouth not to break. I went to sleep that night listening to the usual night noises, zipper track sounds, someone whispering about who snored. And every time I shut my eyes, I saw that concrete slicing through trees that shouldn't have grown up so clean along its edges if it had been abandoned as long as it looked. I've picked up sticks at a lot of camps. I've gotten a little turned around more than once. This wasn't that. We memorized what we passed. The trail stitched back together right behind us while we were still looking at it. The woods muted us like somebody put a pillow over our mouths. A woman gave us directions to a camp that wasn't ours. Our watches told one story, our leader told another, and there's nothing funny or dramatic to set a bow on the end. There was no ranger to tell me I was dumb. There was no, "Oh, you hit the old road that's on the map." The day just cut off the strange part and handed me the normal part like the first never happened. That's the thing that's never left me. Not fear of the woods, not fear of being lost, fear of that exact feeling, the way time went thick between identical trunks. And then, without letting me make sense of it, fell away. It stopped right in the middle, as if a hand let go of a knot, and I still don't have the reason. Story 15. This happened long before I had a phone in my pocket. Back when a man left the house for the day and nobody heard from him until he pulled back in the driveway. Early 80s. I was working a contract taking dead and dangerous trees off some closed trails the commission managed. Where I live, Eagle Pass, people think mesquite and brush. That's fair. But there are pockets of land out here, tied into state fire roads and old cut lines, where they keep corridors cleared so crews can move if they need to. The commission handed me a ring of gate keys and a map with pencil marks and told me which sections to hit and which roads were off limits to the public. Commission use only signs every other gate. It suited me. I liked being out where my only company most days was my team and the sound of my saw. I worked with horses then, two big, steady animals that didn't spook at a chainsaw and knew how to lean into a load when I clucked. I hauled them in a beat-up stock trailer behind a straight six that had more personality than power. The back of the truck always smelled like bar oil and old rope. I had my saw, steel with a 20-inch bar. Sharp chain I'd touch up every couple hours with a file I kept wrapped in a rag. A couple plastic fuel cans, a jug of mix oil rattling around in the milk crate with wedges, and a cant hook with a handle smooth as glass from my hands. Harness lived in a Rubbermaid bin, hames polished from use, tug chains, a double tree I'd welded a new clevis onto after the old one gave, traces coiled and strapped so they wouldn't tangle. If you don't work horses, you don't know the little sounds they make when you're tightening buckles, the leather creak, the soft thud of a hoof as they set weight, the little breath out when the collar sits right. Those sounds are still in my bones. That morning I was through the last cattle guard, and at the gate before the sun got serious, the chain had a commission lock on it under a layer of dust. It was the kind of lock that looks like it belongs on a bank vault and still sticks because somebody has never once oiled it. I got it open and pulled in, and set the chain back the way I found it. The first part of the road was the usual, 2 ruts and a crown, live oak reaching in, tire tracks old and bleached out. Past the second bend, I saw something that made me stare longer than I like to admit. Fresh car tracks, not a county truck, not the tread I knew from the commission pickups. A set of passenger car tires had come in recently enough that dust hadn't settled back over the edges. People don't come down those roads by accident. There's no river to fish, no picnic spot. It was strange enough that I said it out loud in the cab, just, "Huh?" to nobody. I parked in a pullout that was more dirt than road and unloaded. Harness on, lines over my shoulder, animals tied out to graze where I could see them. I walked the first stretch with the saw still cold, just to mark the trees I'd take. You can tell a widowmaker by the way bark lifts and wood goes, that grey-brown that doesn't fight a screw. Some you cut because they're dead, some because they lean where they'll drop across the track if a gust hits. The ground was hard under the top layer. The air held that mix of hot dust and creosote, and the only other smell was the sharp chemical of mix gas. When I finally pulled the rope and the saw fired, work is its own rhythm. You don't think a lot. Where to notch, where to set the back cut without pinching, where to lay a wedge and drive it slow so the hinge doesn't tear. Pull the chain, turn the bar, oil and wipe, cut the stump low so a tire won't catch an edge later. The horses waited with their ears turned back and one hip cocked. When I had rounds ready, I brought them in and hooked traces and doubletree and clucked and felt that pull in the lines as they leaned. You can skid a lot of wood faster than a man should be able to with a pair that knows your voice. It was around late morning when I heard the first voice. Not close. Just a line of sound that didn't belong to wind or bird. A deeper voice, and then another that answered it, both from up the spur where I wasn't supposed to go. It's funny how you can't hear words and still know it's men. I killed the saw and stood without making any extra noise, and let the rest of the world talk, waiting for it to pick up again. It did. A few low sentences, a pause, then metal on something that wasn't metal. A shovel on hard dirt has a particular ring. It's not the clean clink of a post-hole digger. It's a dull hit with a little shine in it, then the scuff on the throw. I knew that sound as well as I know my own belt buckle. I didn't love that. I'm not a lawman. I'm not a hero. I'm a guy with a saw, 2 horses, and no radio. That road is for commission use. That spur is for wardens and fire people and not anybody without a key. My brain did the math fast. Could be poachers, could be somebody dumping, could be nothing, and I'd just step into a mess I didn't need. I left the saw on the ground, quiet, and walked slow down off the road into a little strip of brush so I could get a better angle through the live oak and cedar without standing out like a billboard. I don't like creeping. It makes me feel stupid. But there are times when being seen first is the worst thing that can happen to you. I got my look. 3 men. They weren't in camo. They weren't in blaze orange. They were in work clothes. Dirty jeans, light shirts, caps. One had a kerchief at his neck. They were digging in a spot off the spur where the flat runs into a little lip of dirt, then flattens again. One man swung, the other scraped, the third knelt and pulled away rocks with both hands. There was a cooler set off to the side and a black rectangle that might have been a toolbox or just a storage tote with a lid. I let myself see their boots and the hard line of a shovel handle, the way they put weight into the push with a knee and a little twist, like they'd been at it a while. I couldn't see a face clear enough to feel like I'd recognize it. That was for the best. You might think I'd try to remember a license plate. You might think I'd walk back and take a photo. This was the early 80s. I had nothing, no camera, no phone, no way to do anything with a plate, even if I could see it without walking right past three men and the thing they were doing. I backed out the same way I went in. One of the horses tossed her head as I came up, and that small shake of harness sounded loud as a truck. I laid a palm on her neck and felt the heat there and thought about how fast I could get them turned if I heard footsteps coming down the spur. I went back to work. That sounds crazy when I say it now, but it's what I did. I was one man without a radio. If I walked up on them, best case they tell me to mind my own business and they're not wrong. Worst case they decide they don't want to witness. How close is a few meters when you're alone and the brush is thick, too close? So I put my head down. I cut the trees I was paid to cut. I did not wander. I kept my body between my animals and the noise. I tried not to look toward that spur again. I did anyway. Every time the saw wound down, I listened for their metal on dirt. It carried in fits. A throw, a scrape, then nothing for a bit, then that dull clink again. Midday, I ate a sandwich with dust in it and drank warm water and hated how loud the swallow sounded in my own throat. By late afternoon, the voices were gone. The world had the regular sounds again. A breeze in the cedar, the ka-chunk of a grasshopper hitting a truck door because they don't know where they're going. The horses flicked their tails and stood easy. I loaded them slow. I strapped down the saw. I looked at the map folded on the dash like it was going to have the right answer written between the penciled lines. It didn't. What I did next was stupid and smart in equal measure. I drove out. I locked the gate behind me. I went straight to a payphone in Eagle Pass by the little store that still had glass bottles for Coke if you went in the right door. I called the man at the commission office whose number was on the paperwork. I told him exactly what I'd seen in 10 sentences. I told him where on his map I'd been and what I'd heard, and that I wasn't going to talk myself into making it nothing. He told me to sit tight and then told me to meet him at the gate in 15 minutes. 15 minutes turns into longer when county gets looped, but before the light slid away for good, I was back at that chain with the commission guy and 2 deputies in dust-streaked khaki. They had radios that made little chirps I listened to too hard. We bounced in with their truck in front of me and my trailer behind. "Show us," the commission guy said, and I did. I could still feel the spot where I'd stood in the brush. I couldn't make my boots want to stand there again. The ground where the men had dug looked like a sore. Fresh dirt is a color you can't fake. Loose soil gives under your heel in a way the hard-packed stuff doesn't. They saw it the same second I did. One of the deputies told me to step back and the other one took a knee. He touched the dirt, pinched it, smelled it. He didn't say a word. They pulled tape out of a kit and ran a quick rectangle, and then more cars rolled in because radios do that, and lights came with them even if nobody hit the siren. The commission guy told me to do what I wanted now, leave or stay out of the way. I left. You can call that coward if you want. I call it knowing the inch where curiosity hurts people. I didn't go home first. I went to the commission office because it's 5 minutes from the payphone, and because I wanted someone else to say what I was thinking, without me having to say it. I stood in the doorway with hands that couldn't find anything to hold. An hour later, the commission guy came in and set his hat down on his desk like it weighed 100 pounds. He said there was heavy evidence on site. He didn't get into detail. He didn't need to. He said they were blocking it off and the sheriff's people would be out all night. He asked me to write down my morning and my afternoon in a plain way, and I did. Year, make of my truck, my route, my start and stop times spelled out, like I was accounting for a day of work I didn't want to own anymore. People think that's the end of a story. Men get caught, case closed, somebody thanks you. That's not how it went. I never knew what came of it in the papers. You have a day job and a family, and the world doesn't make space for the thing that almost happened, but didn't to you. I went back to the rest of my contract. I kept working the closed trails. I kept my ears on and my hands busy. I carried a little more weight in my pockets for a while, another knife, a couple more fuses. It made me feel like I'd moved the needle of control a hair. What I didn't shake was the cold that sat in my stomach when I thought about how close I'd been. That stretch of brush wasn't wide. From the spot where I stood to the lip of dirt where they were shoveling was what, 20 paces, 30, less probably. I had no radio, no partner, just me and two horses that would have done what I told them, even if what I told them was dumb. Through the years, when I told this story at a table or on a tailgate, I always end up saying the same two sentences without meaning to. What if they had seen me? What if I had approached? People nod, because that's the part that clicks, even if they've never been out past a gate with a commission lock. You replay it like it's a movie, you can cut a different way, but all the versions end with the same feeling in your shoulders. I still see little things in my sleep from that day. The way the shovel blade caught a flash of sun and threw it wrong. The cooler lid with a little dirt on it. The stance of the man who dug, one knee bent, one straight, back flexing, in a way that said he'd been standing there too long. I remember the exact sound my saw made when it died the first time, and the way the silence after swallowed me to let those voices come through. I remember the smell of bar oil and the sour sweetness of warm water from a plastic jug. I remember the horse's ears turned the same direction mine were, and how I set a hand on a neck because I needed to feel a pulse that wasn't my own. I've been back on that land since, different sections, different years. A fire went through parts of it one summer, and you can still see where the cedar got black at the base, in a line that doesn't follow a map. The gate is the same. The lock probably isn't. The road rattles your teeth the same. I still have that ring of keys somewhere in a coffee can full of bolts in my shed, and every once in a while I pick them up and think about how a gate chain and a cheap sign are the only difference between a day that ends at a table and a day that doesn't. I wasn't a hero. I didn't break anything open. I didn't walk up and ask men what they thought they were doing. I didn't try to be something I wasn't equipped to be. I did my job. Then I made a call when I was in a place where I could say the words without a shovel ringing in my ear. The rest of it isn't mine. What's mine is the way my back felt with the weight of nothing, and the way the world felt real again, only after a man with a badge put tape around a rectangle of dirt and told me to go home. People love to ask, would you do anything different? The truth is, I don't know. I think I'd do it exactly the same and hate it exactly the same. What sticks isn't even the bad part they found. It's the split second between turning the saw off and hearing that shovel hit. That's where I live when my mind decides to walk back there. That's the second right before I knew I was a few meters from something terrible, and then it all just stopped. The voices quit, the digging quit, the day let go of me. I drove into town, made a call on a payphone by a store in Eagle Pass that isn't there anymore. And then a man told me I did the right thing. It ended there for me. It ended like somebody walked into a room and turned the light off mid-scene. I still don't have the reason why it had to be me down that closed road that day, and I still hear myself say it sometimes out loud without meaning to. What if they had seen me? What if I had approached?